नहीं हूँ। फिर मैंने उधर ज्वाइन कर दिया। फिर वो लिफ्टिंग क्या है मेरे को पता नहीं। वो लिफ्टिंग और बॉक्सिंग में ना सिलेक्शन किया दो इवेंट में। मैं शुरुआत हो गया वो लिफ्टिंग में। मैं पहले स्टेप में मैं मेडल जीत गया गोल्ड। फिर मेरे को इंटरेस्ट हो गया आगे के खेलने के लिए। वो घर से भी 1 रुपया नहीं दे रहा था, क्योंकि कम से कम कपड़ा भी नहीं ले पा रहा, कुछ भी मेरा लिए घर से सपोर्ट नहीं मिल रहा। क्योंकि सपोर्ट तो है दिल से, मेरा बेटा है वो स्पोर्ट खेल रहा है, ये बहुत खुशी था। बट फाइनेंशियली मेरे को सपोर्ट नहीं मिल रहा था, क्योंकि मैं भी पता है मैं नहीं पूछा था। कभी कभी मैं कॉम्पिटिशन आते टाइम कुछ खाने के लिए कॉम्पिटिशन के बीच में, इसके लिए मैं पैसा मांगता हूँ 100 रुपया और 200। वो भी किसी से लेके आके मेरे को देता है। मिल गया तो देता है, नहीं मिलते तो वो उस टाइम भी फोन भी नहीं था घर पे। बहुत मुश्किल है, बहुत फाइट करके आया था। बहुत टफ है मैम जर्नी, ऐसे आया था।
बिल्कुल। और इतनी परिस्थितियों के बाद जाहिर है कि मन में वो डर तो नहीं सताता है कि अब करना है, क्योंकि अब यही समय है, सही समय है, कह के करना ही है। जो बताइए हमें कि आपने जब इंटरनेशनल स्तर पे वहाँ आप खड़े थे, उस मोमेंट में जब आपने वेट लिफ्टिंग किया, जो हम दर्शकों को दिखा रहे हैं अपने वो मोमेंट, जब आपने वेट लिफ्ट करके हमें ये एहसास दिला दिया कि ये मेडल अब घर आ रहा है, उस टाइम पे क्या चल रहा था मन में?
ये क्वेश्चन बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट है मैम। मैं किसी से नहीं डरता हूँ, क्योंकि मैं इतना साल ट्रेनिंग करके आ रहा हूँ, मैं एनालाइज करके आ रहा हूँ, मैं खुद की परफॉर्मेंस लेके आ रहा हूँ। मैं नहीं डरता हूँ। बट बॉडी में हम खिलाड़ी का, सभी खिलाड़ी के अंदर इंजुरी होता है कुछ तो कुछ। वो इंजुरी की वजह से मैं डबल माइंड तो हो गया। बट ये कॉम्पिटिशन के लिए तो मैं नहीं डरता हूँ, क्योंकि मैं गोल के तरह तो आया था। मैं किसी को डाउट नहीं, मैं सीधे गोल लेना है, मैं उठाना है, फाइट करना है। जो उठा रहा है मैं ट्राई करूंगा, हो गया तो हो गया, नहीं हो तो हो गया, फिर ट्राई तो करना है। ऐसे मैंने सोच के आया।
जी ऋषिकांता जी, thank you so much for speaking to Republic. Thank you for taking out this time, and we wish you all the best for your future sports.
Taking a short break, viewers. Pakistani army opens fire on peaceful protesters in Rawalakot. 11 dead, 35 injured in POK. We're tracking this big story coming in. Do not go anywhere.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा।
विश्व प्रसिद्ध टेक्नोलॉजी एक्सपर्ट श्रीमान नंदन नीलेकनी जी के नेतृत्व में एक हाई पावर टास्क फोर्स बनाने का निर्णय किया है। फ्रेंड्स, विद्यार्थियों के भविष्य के लिए भारत सरकार लगातार
Coming right up, Parliament to debate and vote on the Public Examinations Amendment Bill today, as all parties agree to discuss the bill. Stay tuned.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, delicious, healthy every day. Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
पूरी रात से हम लोग लगे रहे। हमने पूरा जंतर मंतर का पूरा जितना गार्बेज था बाकी सब चीज ढुलाई थी। पूरे काम में थोड़ा समय और लगेगा। कुछ फुटपाथ हैं जहाँ की डैमेजेस हैं, कुछ पोल्स हैं जो डैमेजेस हैं, सेंट्रल वर्जिस हैं जो कुछ डैमेजेस हैं। स्टूडेंट के साथ साथ ऐसे लोग भी थे जो धन मचाने आए थे, जो अच्छे से किया गया।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
I wake up wearing someone else again, skin tight like porcelain. I don't recognize these eyes, something scratching from inside. Don't let it slip, I'm losing control. I don't wanna be safe anymore. Underneath there's a fire they can't keep. No more faces.
Finding myself, that's my moment of Sarah.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से, MTH का जल जीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा। विश्व प्रसिद्ध टेक्नोलॉजी एक्सपर्ट श्रीमान नंदन नीलेकनी जी के नेतृत्व में एक हाई पावर टास्क फोर्स बनाने का निर्णय किया है। फ्रेंड्स, विद्यार्थियों के भविष्य के लिए भारत सरकार लगातार अनेकविध कदम उठा रही है। जिन लोगों ने विद्यार्थियों के भविष्य के साथ खिलवाड़ किया वे जेलों में सड़ रहे हैं। हमने फास्ट ट्रैक कोर्ट बना चुके हैं। हम कल पार्लियामेंट के अंदर भी कठोर कानूनों के प्रावधान के साथ नया कानून बनाने की दिशा में भी आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। लेकिन हमें भविष्य के लिए सोचना है। हमारी परीक्षा पद्धति विश्वस्त हो, हमारी परीक्षा पद्धति ट्रांसपेरेंट हो, हमारी परीक्षा
ट्रेनिंग ऐसी है। आई एम फीलिंग दैट कि वो रोंगटे खड़े हो जाते हैं। अभी भी अगर आप बात करोगे इंडिया की या उसकी तो मेरे को लगेगा कि नहीं यार, मतलब नो वन कैन स्पीक अगेंस्ट दैट। आई एम सरप्राइज टू सी पीपल आर रेजिंग स्लोगन्स अगेंस्ट इंडिया। हाउ कैन यू डू दैट? इट इज़ योर कंट्री।
I was a second in command for a very short time, and every young officer who would come and was going out for operations, I would tell him this: "कि बेटा दिमाग का game है. Don't fall into the trap of doing what the enemy wants you to do. If you fight a battle the way he wants you to fight, you will get casualties, though you'll get your men killed." So that is what I've been advising everybody. Only fools will fight fair.
Tech got very boring.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Parliament to debate and vote on public examinations amendment bill 2026 today as all parties agree to discuss the bill. Pakistani army opens fire on peaceful protesters in Rawalkot. 19 dead, 35 injured in POK. India's medal tally rises to at the Commonwealth Games. Gyaneshwari Yadav and Bindya Rani Devi clinches silver and bronze medals. Iran war spills over the Caspian Sea. Iran claims Ukraine struck Iranian cargo vessel at the Caspian Sea. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu departs for Washington in a first face-to-face talks with Donald Trump since the start of the Iran war. Viewers, getting the first breaking news of the hour. This is the 6th day of deadlock in the Parliament over the NEET paper leak controversy, and it is expected to end today. Now, this is a breaking news that is coming in. The Parliament is expected to have all-party meetings as per the discussion after 6 days of deadlock that the whole Parliament has seen, and of course the standoff over the issue to end in the Lok Sabha today. Now, what is agreed and understood is that this has been a 6-day deadlock where Om Birla, the Speaker, is going to facilitate a cross-party consensus after a sustained dialogue. Now, there are many changes that are going to be coming with this new bill that is going to come into power, hopefully as the deadlock breaks today and there is some kind of progress. But definitely the opposition has been pressing for accountability on the NEET issue, and so have they expressed their readiness to engage in a potentially normal proceeding to resume today. So breaking news coming in, 6-day deadlock in the Parliament for the NEET paper controversy leak to end today as all the parties agree to sit down and discuss the public examination amendment bill. All right, viewers, I have my colleague Chandrakala who is also joining me for a conversation. Chandrakala, thank you so much for joining from New Delhi. My question to you is that there have been, of course, a lot of malpractices and there has been a request for a fast-track court. There has been, a lot of developments. But what is likely to be expected after this 6th day of deadlock that is going to end today in the coming meeting?
Well, yes, absolutely. After a week of showdown, now what we are expecting that after, finally the anti-paper leak bill will be discussed today. A detailed debate is expected in the Parliament. And of course, we know that the bill was introduced yesterday, but it could not be passed due to the continuous sloganeering by the opposition parties. As we know, the opposition parties have been disrupting the Parliament session. And after a week long of, deadlock, now this has resumed. Parliament, and the anti-paper leak bill will be debated today. Well, 6 hours time has been allotted for the debate, and of course, as we know, Speaker Om Birla has spoken to the leaders as far as breaking the deadlock is concerned over this legislation. Well, this bill will be today debated among all the leaders, and the fact that the opposition leaders have been seeking response as far as this bill is concerned, and also seeking detailed response from Home Minister Amit Shah as far as the protest and the casualties reported and the as far as the protest is concerned, a week of long protest that has taken place as far as the NEET paper leak issue is concerned. Well, this bill is aimed to strengthen stricter laws against paper leaks and examination fraud. So yes, very, very positive outcome is expected, only if the opposition allows it to, because we know that there was the monsoon session. It's the 6th day of the monsoon session, and yet there is no proper functioning of the parliament session. And today, of course, the bill will be detailed, will be debated today in the parliament, and it is expected that it is passed, and the opposition is also seeking a response as far as the legislation is concerned, and of course, a very, very crucial NDA parliamentary meeting, Mangal Milan, is also expected to take place, wherein Prime Minister Narendra Modi is expected to address that particular NDA, the meeting, address the NDA MPs, and this comes after the resignation of Education Minister Dharmendra Pradhan.
That's exactly the breaking news of the hour that we're coming into. In fact, there's a breaking news that the NDA parliamentary meeting is going to be holding its weekly Mangal Milan meeting today. It is going to come ahead of the crucial parliament session, which is against the anti-paper leak bill, which is set to be discussed. The anti-paper leak bill is set to be discussed by the NDA, which is called in for a parliamentary meeting today at 9:30 a.m. Now, the National Citizens Party of India, which is a faction of the TMC, the rebel TMC, they have also been invited to this alliance meeting. And the meeting is going to assume a significance of the opposition has continued to disrupt the parliament, seeking accountability. So the NCPI is also invited to this NDA parliamentary meeting, which is the Mangal Milan meeting today at 9:30 a.m. The focus will, of course, going to be managing the floor coordination, also securing smooth passage for key legislative business in both the houses. Now, the meeting will prepare the NDA alliances and the MPs for the debate on the Public Examination Amendment Bill. So, breaking news, coming back to you, Chandrakala. This is, of course, the NCPI, with the NCPI coming in and also being a part of this meeting. What is it that, holds on top of the agenda for the parliamentary meeting that is going to be seen very crucial today?
Yes, of course, this is the second such NDA parliamentary meeting that's Mangal Milan meeting that is scheduled to take place at 9:30 a.m. Of course, and what we are expecting that, as we know, that opposition parties have disrupted most of the much of the legislative business amid this massive showdown in the parliament. What we are expecting that Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be addressing the NDA MPs, and the top priority, of course, will be the anti-paper leak bill that will be discussed, and the fact that we know the NCPI will be also participating in this meeting, and of course that earlier also we have seen during the first Mangal Milan meeting that has taken place, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has assured the government stands with the students and has called for strict action against those who are involved in examination fraud, or any individual or criminal or criminal groups who are involved in examination fraud. Stricter actions will be taken against them. And, in consultation with legal experts, and he has reiterated that protecting students' interest was his government's top priority. And also this meeting, which is scheduled to take place at 9:30 a.m., will be definitely focused on the anti-paper leak bill that will be debated today in the parliament. So yeah, very, very crucial meeting after what has happened after a week of massive showdown in the parliament. Now all eyes on this NDA parliamentary meeting, that's Mangal Milan meeting, that is to take place from some times now, and the Prime Minister is expected to address the meeting. The NCPI will be also attending this particular meeting. Over to you.
Right, Chandrakala, thank you so much for giving us those updates. I'm going to come back to go to my colleague Ishita, who's going to tell you the difference between how this bill was supposed to be earlier and now how this, after the amendments are made, what are the changes that are going to take place? So over to you, Ishita.
All right, thanks, Nan. In fact, viewers, as we're looking at this deadlock in Parliament and also the proceedings, it is important to understand what are the provisions of the bill that's set to be debated in the Parliament today. Let's talk about the kind of changes that will be coming in if this bill, of course, becomes an act once it's passed by both houses. Now, if you look at as far as accused individuals are concerned, now if there's an individual who is found to be engaging in malpractice or who is using unfair means in public examinations, so now the penalties for that has increased. Earlier it was about 3 to 5 years. The jail term now goes to about 5 to 10 years. While the penalty, which was earlier about rupees 10 lakh, has gone to rupees 50 lakh as well. And this is regarding the individuals accused or found to be engaging in malpractices. Let's talk about service provider. So if somebody who's supplying, let's say, papers to conduct the examination, or who's somebody, involved in printing of the papers. So if that service provider is found to be, resorting to a malpractice, so their fine has also now been increased from about 1 crore to about 5 crore rupees, while they can also be debarred from providing services to government. Earlier, the debarment term was about 4 years, but now it has exactly doubled to about 8 years. So you can see strong deterrents are being brought in against such practices. Now, as far as organized exam crime is concerned, now we all know as far as a NEET paper leak is concerned, it was a multi-state scandal. There were several people involved. So in such cases, if a racket is busted, then you're looking at the fine going from about 1 crore earlier to about 10 crore rupees. That's the kind of increase that has come in, the scale that has come in. As far as their jail term is concerned, minimum jail term was earlier about 5 years. It's now been increased to about 7 years. So strong deterrence against such people who could be indulging in such malpractice or resorting to unfair means. Let's also talk about the other changes that have come in. Now, if you talk about the trial that's set to take place, earlier there were no timelines for the trial to take place, but now there is a time-bound investigation that has to be completed in about 3 months. Criminal proceedings also have to take place about in 2 months. So those are the kind of changes that will be brought in through that crucial bill. Nan, over to you now.
Thank you so much, Ishita. Right now, shifting our focus to another breaking news that is coming in. We have in fact fresh visuals coming in from Rawalkot in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, and they are fresh visuals that show Asim Munir's forces using the civilian houses in Rawalkot as bunkers to fire at unarmed protesters. Basically, civilians are being targeted by the Asim Munir forces, and right now we're going to be showing you visuals in a short span of time. These are visuals that are of the Pakistani army that are targeting the civilians, and now the count has risen to about 19 people who have lost their lives and around 20 people who are severely dead. So Pakistan Rangers are turning to the civilian homes into firing positions, killing the civilians and taking over their lives. Now, this public anger that started over inflation, over governance, also on the ban on the Joint Awami Action Committee was some of the factors that actually triggered this protest. But now the protest has nevertheless turned into an organized march, which is now further changing into a different narrative where the Asim Munir forces are now taking over and they are using the houses of the civilians to fire at the civilians. So big breaking news coming in. 20 people have so far lost their life. 19 people have lost their life. More than 20 people are severely injured. And these are visuals coming from Rawalkot, Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. All right, viewers, these are the visuals that are coming in on your television screen. These are fresh visuals where the Asim Munir forces are using civilian houses. You can see smoke coming out from some areas. You can see people joining together in protests. Massive rally was conducted from Rawalkot all the way to Muzaffarabad. And these are visuals of the bunkers. They are used to fire at the unarmed protesters. Some of them are homes. The other visuals are video one that you can see are basically the valley area, which is currently under massive disturbance as there is a lot of tear gas shells that were thrown. There were also live wires that were put out for the protesters to not move forward. We also have, on the second video, you'll be able to see the witness of the violent clashes that are being right now seen. And there are also multiple gunshots that were heard around the Rawalkot area. So very disturbing and very horrifying visuals coming where civilians are being targeted in the name of some kind of resistance. But clearly the joint Awami forces is taking the battle head on and marching towards Muzaffarabad all the way from Rawalkot. Despite facing a lot of persecution, a lot of resistance from the Pakistani army, these are the people who have the 20 of the normal casual civilians who lost their lives. Very unfortunate, of course. 19 were indiscriminately fired at and of course they lost their lives. There have been ambulances that are racing against time to rescue these injured individuals, but clearly no respite. Around 20 people have been severely injured while the ambulances are going and taking and trying to take over the situation. But a lot of lives have been affected in this so-called protest that is now being taken the face of a complete riot situation by the Pakistani army, which is going head-on to kill the civilians. Disturbing visuals, horrifying visuals on your television screen. I have my colleague Gursimran who's also joining me right now for a conversation. Gursimran, very horrifying visuals, definitely very disturbing. 19 people have been killed and these are normal casual civilians who've lost their lives and all they are fighting for is inflation and other basic things that every normal human being has a right to live for. Gursimran.
Yes, you have rightly mentioned, and what we have seen in last 15 hours clearly exposes the Pakistan and the deep state of Pakistan that is resorting to atrocities on the people of Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir. This long march has started yesterday at around 6:30 in the evening, and we have seen that in the first 30 minutes there were 4 to 5 casualties. Since then, we have been witnessing that wherever these protesters were going, the security forces were firing upon them, and then there were numbers when they reached the Rawalkot city. They tried to enter the city. There were heavy barrage of firing at these protesters, in which a total of 19 protesters, including Usman Nazir Kashmiri, who happens to be the brother of the senior leader of this entire movement, Umar Nazir Kashmiri. He has also been killed along with several others, starting from the Bhimber to Rawalkot to different parts of Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir. They have been killed. Total of 19 casualties with more than 20 critically injured, and over 170 have been injured with the bullet shots that are not life-threatening. That is what we are picking up. We are told that the Pakistani forces are using the civilian areas as the cannon fodders. They have put in the LMGs on the top of the civilian houses so that in case there is any resistance or retaliation by the protesters, though the protesters are not carrying any kind of weapon, but in case they do, the collateral damage is also civilian and they can blame it on the protesters, and that is what we are witnessing in several of the videos that have been accessed from Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir by Republic Media Network. Today is going to be a big day as the protests are continuing, and they are going to continue their long march towards Muzaffarabad.
Right, Gursimran, thank you so much for giving us those detailed inputs from Ground Zero. Appreciate your time. We have another breaking news that is coming in. The TVK is to move to the Supreme Court after the Madras High Court on Monday quashed the Tamil Nadu government's order that provides the government jobs to the kins of the Crore stampede victims. Now, the TVK led, there was a Crore stampede that happened and killed approximately 41 people and also injured many. So now as a compensation, the TVK-led Tamil Nadu government has actually moved this request at the Madras High Court that kind of violates the Article 14 and Article 16 of the Constitution. In fact, the Constitution guarantees equality before the law and also equal opportunities in public employment. But this has been rejected. So now the TVK government is expected to move to the Supreme Court with the stress that a compassionate appointment are governed by specific legal schemes, and there is some kind of way that they could get these people, the kins of the people who lost their life, to get some kind of government jobs. I have my colleague Sharda joining right now. Sharda, you're joining us from Chennai. Thank you so much for joining. Sharda, what are the updates that we have for now? Madras court has, of course, rejected the claims, but is there a way that these people will kind of get some kind of government jobs, or is this now in the hands of Supreme Court altogether?
Well, now the TVK is moving the Supreme Court after yesterday the Madras High Court cancelled the order of all the 31 people job organization given by the TVK. The question comes in when the DMK earlier approached both the High Court and the Supreme Court on this, and at that time both the courts stated that it is given on basis of compassion, and whereas while the case is still under CBI, the inquiry is not done and the charge sheet does not name anybody in particular to be the accused of this particular case, and that it was all right to provide jobs. Now, another PIL was submitted in the Madurai bench of Madras High Court, where now the Madurai High Court has stated that it is not okay to give jobs to 31 families when the case is still under the consideration of CBI and the inquiry is still going on. DMK pointed out, telling last time that this might, withdraw all the evidences from the witnesses and also create a lot of confusion on what the statements of the people would be when the families are given the jobs. So now TVK is approaching the Supreme Court in the same case, and the DMK is now pointing out that there might be options for SC to appeal the decision that they have already made, and while the appeal has been made by the TVK, we need to see whether the jobs for the government order given to them is on a temporary basis, and that whether it can continue until 6 months as per the order given, and when the final case is out, the permanent job order will be given.
Right, okay. So basically you are saying that they will be given temporary jobs but not permanent ones. Am I correct?
Yes, last time Vijay, when he went to Crore to meet the 41 victim families, 31 were them given temporary job orders immediately. And while now that particular order has also been given a case order from the Madurai bench of Madras High Court, stating that as the case is still in the CBI, it's not possible for the government to offer jobs. However, the TVK government is likely to move on with the same temporary job order until the Supreme Court makes its final decision in the appeal that they are making to GAIL.
Right, Chandrakala, thank you so much for giving us such precise and detailed inputs. Really appreciate your time. Shifting our focus now to a short commercial break. Don't go anywhere. There's a world of news waiting for you on the other side. Coming up after a short commercial break on Republic TV is Parliament to debate and vote on the Public Examination Amendment Bill 2026 today, as all the parties agree to discuss the bill after a short break.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
बेस्ट हरा बोर्ड दिखाना।
सबसे डिपेंडेबल सेंचुरी HDF प्रीमियम प्लस।
ट्रायल लूंगा।
श्योर।
वाटर रेजिस्टेंट
है,
स्ट्रॉन्ग
है, हाई डेंसिटी वुड फाइबर स्ट्रक्चर, एडवांस जर्मन एडहेसिव बॉन्डिंग, सॉलिड डिफेंस।
ट्रायल में पास।
सेंचुरी के 40 सालों का भरोसा, हरे बोर्ड का असली बॉस। सेंचुरी HDF प्रीमियम प्लस।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है। स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
पूरी रात से हम लोग लगे रहे। हमने पूरा जंतर मंतर का कूड़ा जितना गार्बेज था बाकी सब की धुलाई थी। पूरे काम में थोड़ा समय और लगेगा। कुछ फुटपाथ हैं जहाँ के डैमेजेस हैं, कुछ पोल्स हैं जो डैमेजेस हैं, सेंट्रल वर्जिस हैं जो कुछ डैमेजेस हैं। स्टूडेंट के साथ साथ ऐसे लोग भी थे जो धन बचाने आए थे, जो अच्छे से किया गया।
इसलिए वोट करना पड़ जाएगा आपको। भाई साहब ने चैनल नहीं है ना, एजेंसी है भाई साहब।
हल्के हल्के पब्लिक ने जब जाना शुरू किया तो रात से ही हमारी पूरी एनडीएमसी की टीम, जिसमें मैं स्वयं, पूरी रात से हम लोग लगे रहे। हमने पूरा जंतर मंतर का कूड़ा जितना गार्बेज था बाकी सब थी, धुलाई थी, इसकी वॉल पेंटिंग थी, इसके कहीं पर ऐसे होर्डिंग्स और बैनर्स थे, उन सबको बड़े क्लीन से हमने साफ किया। हमारी पूरी टीम, जिसकी पूरी मशीनरी, मैकेनाइज स्वीपिंग मशीन हो, जेट वॉशिंग हो, हमारे लोडर्स हो, क्रेन्स हो, हमारी स्वीपिंग मैनुअल स्वीपिंग हो, हमारे सफाई जो साथी हैं वो चीफ इंजीनियर हैं, हमारे सेक्रेटरी हैं, पूरी टीम हम कल रात से ही, हम जब रात भर काम करते हैं तो पूरी टीम एक विश्वास के साथ काम करती है कि माने प्रधानमंत्री जी का जो विकसित भारत की विकसित दिल्ली और विकसित नई दिल्ली, और जिस तरह हमें गर्व होता है कि नई दिल्ली क्षेत्र देश का सबसे स्वच्छ, सबसे सुंदर और सबसे हरित क्षेत्र है, तो उसी को ध्यान में रखते हुए वापस हम इन सब चीजों को रिस्टोर कर रहे हैं। हमारा जो विश्वास है कि इस पूरे काम में थोड़ा समय और लगेगा। कुछ फुटपाथ्स हैं जहाँ के डैमेजेस हैं, कुछ पोल्स हैं वो कुछ डैमेजेस हैं, सेंट्रल वर्जिस हैं जो कुछ डैमेजेस हैं, क्योंकि
Welcome back. You're watching Live and Breaking with me, Nayan. Right now, we're going to tell you top stories that are making waves in a minute in Bharat in One. Take a look. A massive fire engulfed the second and third floors of the Paras tent house and suppliers in Ukhri, which is in Jabalpur, Madhya Pradesh. 5 to 6 fire tenders were present at the scene. Indian Army distributes freshly prepared meals to stranded truck drivers and other affected travelers during its night domination operations along the Jammu-Srinagar National Highway 44. There was a traffic that was disrupted and was caused by a massive landslide that struck yesterday morning at Deval area of Udhampur. The Indian Army rescues the stranded drivers. The Special Operation Group of Jammu and Kashmir Police, in coordination with multiple security agencies, conducted a joint mock drill exercise near a designated pilgrimage shelter in Langar in the National Highway 44 in Udhampur. The tactical exercise brought together teams from the Indian Army, Indo-Tibetan Border Police, Central Industrial Security Forces, State Disaster Response Squad and also the Bomb Disposal Squad, along with other agencies to evaluate the response protocols. We're heading into a short break. Don't go anywhere. Parliament to debate and vote on the Public Examination Amendment Bill 2026 today, as all parties agree to discuss the bill.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
I wake up wearing someone else again. Skin tight like porcelain. I don't recognize these eyes. Something scratching from inside. Don't let it slip. I'm losing control. I don't wanna be safe anymore. Underneath there's a fire they can't keep. No more faces.
Finding myself. That's my moment of Sarah.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
विश्व प्रसिद्ध टेक्नोलॉजी एक्सपर्ट श्रीमान नंदन नीलेकनी जी के नेतृत्व में एक हाई पावर टास्क फोर्स बनाने का निर्णय किया है। फ्रेंड्स, विद्यार्थियों के भविष्य के लिए भारत सरकार लगातार अनेकविध कदम उठा रही है। जिन लोगों ने विद्यार्थियों के भविष्य के साथ खिलवाड़ किया वे जेलों में सड़ रहे हैं। हमने फास्ट ट्रैक कोर्ट बना चुके हैं। हम कल पार्लियामेंट के अंदर भी
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and the top focus today will be the Parliament session, the monsoon session of the Parliament, where there will be a debate on the anti-paper leak bill, which has been introduced by the government, but the opposition was not ready to discuss it. But they have now agreed for a discussion in the Parliament. We'll get you all the latest visuals of that and the debate in the Parliament. But first up, let's have a look at the top headlines of the hour. Parliament to debate and vote on the Public Examinations Amendment Bill 2026 today, as all parties have agreed to discuss the bill. Pakistani army opens fire on peaceful protesters in Rawalakot, 19 dead, 35 injured in POK. India's medal tally rises at the Commonwealth Games. Ganeshwari Yadav and Bindya Rani Devi clinches silver and bronze medals. India's medal tally rises at the Commonwealth Games. Ganeshwari Yadav and Bindyani Devi clinches silver and bronze medals. Iran war spills over to Caspian Sea. Iran claims Ukraine struck Iranian cargo vessel at Caspian Sea. Israeli PM Benjamin Netanyahu departs for Washington in a first face-to-face talks with Trump since the start of Iran war. All right, viewers, let's begin this bulletin with a big breaking news development. The NDA Parliamentary Party will hold its weekly Mangal Milan meeting today. It was supposed to begin at 9:30, and ahead of the crucial Parliament session in which the anti-paper leak bill is set to be discussed because it has already been introduced, the NDA has called for a Parliamentary Party meeting, and PM Modi will also address the NDA MPs during the Parliamentary meet. And for the first time, the Nationalist Citizens Party of India, that is the NCPI, has also been invited to attend the alliance meeting, and we are getting visuals of the Home Minister also attending. These are the pictures which are coming from the meeting. The meeting is scheduled to start at 9. It was scheduled to start at 9:30. It will begin at any time. PM will address the NDA leaders also, and the NCPI is also there, which means the TMC rebel MPs will be joining this weekly meeting for the first time as part of NDA. This is NDA's Mangal Milan, and we are getting the visuals of the meeting from that location. Pictures, visuals coming in of NDA's Mangal Milan. Very important today ahead of the Parliament session, the monsoon session in the Parliament, where the anti-paper leak bill will be discussed, because the opposition was creating ruckus continuously and was adamant on not letting the Parliament function, and or they were disrupting the Parliament functioning. And now this is the key meet ahead of the Parliament session, and there will be there are NCPI leaders also attending this key meet. That is the NDA's Mangal Milan, a weekly meeting of NDA. NDA's Mangal Milan is happening today, and we are getting pictures of NDA leaders, Shivraj Singh Chauhan, S.J. Shankar reaching, Amit Shah already reached at the venue, and now we are getting more pictures, more leaders arriving, including the NCPI leaders, that is the TMC rebels who have joined NDA, who are now part of NCPI, and they are also attending the meeting. Now, this is the NDA's parliamentary party meeting, which is being held as with its renewed name, that is Mangal Milan meeting, which is happening today, that's Tuesday, with the gathering expected to take place amid a politically charged monsoon session dominated by debate over examination reforms and the opposition's protest over the alleged police action against students. That's what the opposition alleges. All right, Rakshita is live with us from Vijay Chowk with all the latest updates. Rakshita, we're getting the visuals of NDA leaders reaching for the NDA's Mangal Milan, that is the key parliamentary party meet of NDA, and the NCPI leaders for the first time have been invited, and they have also started reaching, and they will also take part in the key meet ahead of the stormy session. Rakshita, over to you.
Absolutely, that's the important part. Every Tuesday, traditionally every Tuesday, the parliamentary meeting of the BJP and India takes place, and it has been now renamed or rebranded as the Mangal Milan. We saw that last week as well, amid a lot of disruptions. That was the second day, of course, of the monsoon session, and now we are into the first week, and a lot has happened in the past 1 week. It has been a really, really stormy monsoon session, as you pointed out, and lots in store for today. NCPI, yes, it is now the biggest ally, if you see, for the NDA. It has lined up several young MPs. So have the other parties today for the discussion on the exam reform bill. The important part is that how these NCPI MPs today will be formally recognized today is what we are understanding. It's now become the second largest ally of the ruling BJP. It pushes ahead ahead of the key partners in like the JDU or the TDP as well. Now, what we are getting to know is that Sudhir Bandyopadhyay it will be the NCPI floor leader, Shatabdi Roy expected to be the deputy leader, and Kakuli Ghosh Dasidar will be the chief whip. And yes, so young MPs have also confirmed. Many of the young MPs, including Mitali Bagh and Sharmila Sarkar, have also indicated that they will be the faces from the NCPI who could be seen participating in the debate today here. And yes, it's very important as far as the national realignment, national politics realignment is concerned, and of course a boost for the NDA. So yes, NCPI is a factor, and how it changes the dynamics and how BJP moves towards a super majority, the NDA rather, moves towards a super majority so as to push through its bills that it has been having on agenda since the last session. That includes the delimitation bill. So that is, of course, that everybody will be watching out for. But importantly today, as we see, DMK has moved a notice, suspension of business notice in Rajya Sabha for a statement from the Home Minister, from the Prime Minister, on what happened in the national capital a week back, or as far as those, the Sansad Chalo protest is concerned, march is concerned, and the violence, of course, is evident. It is visible, and we've investigated what really happened. The opposition continues to have it on their agenda that there could be some disruption, is what we are expecting. Unfortunately, yes, yesterday there was a time slotted, and today we expect in the Lok Sabha there will be a discussion that will be taking place on the exam bill, in the exam reforms. But we've seen, as far as the opposition stance is concerned, it continues to change its goalposts. After one demand is fulfilled, there's another demand that comes in. So after discussion on NEET, after the resignation of Dharmendra Pradhan, now we see there are calls being made for the Home Minister and the Prime Minister to make a statement on what happened in the national capital, about the police's role, or what they are calling the police brutality, while they were carrying out their duties to maintain law and order and counter the miscreants and counter the hooligans. So yes, it's going to be a very, very interesting day today, Shivam. It's been raining earlier in the day, and now the sun is out. We expect that even in the Parliament, discussions and debates, meaningful debates, constructive business sees the light of the day.
Yeah, definitely, and possibly an agenda for the Parliament can also be discussed in this NDA's Mangal Milan, which is the rebranded name of the key parliamentary meeting. But also, Rakshita, it's a display of the power of NDA, the unity which will be displayed, because the NDA is heading towards super majority. The numbers are gradually rising as we speak, while the opposition continues to protest. It is the NDA which is getting stronger.
Absolutely, that is important as far as even it's very important to understand that this is a new, it's a realignment, and right now the NDA, the BJP especially, given what has been transpiring the past few days, is also looking to take this as an opportunity to bring in more youngsters forward, bring in more faces forward when it comes to connecting with the youth. The Prime Minister has been connecting with the youth. He has been doing it in the past as well, and now again he has been putting out those, we've seen how he has been more and more active on social media, and what we understand is that with the NCPI and other young leaders like Tejasvi Surya, like the others from the BJP, they will be also put in the forefront. So all that will be made clear in this parliamentary meeting of the NDA, of this Mangal Milan, the bills that the NDA is looking for. As I mentioned earlier, the delimitation bill is one of the top priority. The Vande Mataram bill, of course, that also is is expected to be pushed through today by the, of course, there were disruptions yesterday, what we saw in the parliament, but yes, we expect again that there will be tabling of the bill and discussion on that as well, where we see opposition has been on the back foot. Opposition has been, some parties have been, due to their vote bank politics, raising objections to Vande Mataram stanzas also. So that's again going to be very, very important. But yes, as far as NEET is concerned, as far as exam reforms are concerned, that anti-paper leak bill is concerned, that is going to be key on the agenda. And of course, as you mentioned about the super majority, it's a show of strength indeed. And there's a lot of introspection also that needs to be done today for the NDA to make the agenda clear, because the opposition's agenda has been clear all throughout. They have been disrupting and dodging, and then of course delaying those bills to be tabled.
While maximum of the demands, most of the demands of the students and the protesters have been met, Rakshita, but it's also important to highlight the fact, as you very well mentioned, that young NDA MPs will be leading the debate, and also the NCPI coming into action, and the NCPI MPs, that is Sharmila Sarkar and Mithali Bagh, will also be participating. So today's monsoon session will be very interesting. Definitely it will be stormy, and we'll have to wait and watch whether opposition continues with its own agenda of disrupting the parliament. But it's a watch out. It's a session to watch out for, because you'll have the TMC and the TMC rebels.
Absolutely. It's of course a test. See, whatever goes on, the business that goes on inside the Parliament House, outside where we are reporting from, is a test of all the lawmakers. Okay, I'm told that we're getting in live visuals, so we'll cut straight across to those visuals of the NDA parliamentary meeting that is now begun right now. We are getting those visuals from the library there at the Parliament House. Right now we are getting in live shots of Mangal Milan of the NDA, and yes, the NCPI members also today making their debut in this session. Last time they had to skip the joint session, but now today they will be joining hands with the NDA officially. As we see, this is going on at the Bal Yogi Auditorium, GMC Bal Yogi Auditorium of the Parliamentary Library Building in the National Capital. And for the first time, the newly formed NCPI invited to attend the Alliance meeting. The breakaway parliamentarians recently extended the support to the ruling coalition. And yes, Dr. Jaishankar, Home Minister Amit Shah, that all the top leaders of the BJP and the ministers, they're all right now participating in that meeting that we are closely tracking right now. Lots on the agenda. You can see it's a full house there at the Mangal Milan of the NDA strategy meeting, as happens every Tuesday. And showdown could be expected. What could be the BJP strategy? What could be the NDA strategy? That is of utmost importance. How does the BJP counter the disruptions and the delays that follow after opposition raises slogans, continues bombarding the government with the demands? Of course, they have all the right to make demands and raise questions, but raising slogans and storming the well of the house are the scenes that have been witnessed in the past that have delayed the business and has paralyzed the functioning of the parliament. And outside the parliament, we've been seeing the protests also have been politicized. So that too will be a matter of could be the matter of disruption, as we've seen in the past as far as the opposition's agenda is concerned. Yes. But yes, for the NDA, it's a very, very important meeting today. And Mangal Milan is right now underway as we show you the visuals right now. Back to the studios, Shivam.
Yeah, definitely. It's a full house at the auditorium, and it will be a full house in the parliament also. Rakshita, because it needs to be highlighted why a supermajority is very important for NDA. If you look at the bills that were blocked by the opposition and those hurdles, you need to surpass those hurdles and you have to get stronger. If you can highlight how the NDA is getting stronger by the day, and this will be a display of unity, a message to the opposition parties that we are getting stronger while you are adamant with the same old tactics of disrupting the parliament, and we are having a good Mangal Milan with the NCPI leaders also joining us.
Absolutely. It will be, of course, it's a renewed strength of the NDA, a bigger strength this time, which they have been, of course, on a sticky wicket in the past. We've seen in the previous sessions as well. And this time, the NDA is planning to line up several young members of parliament to participate in this 4-hour discussion. If we talk about what's going to happen today, so the 4-hour discussion on the bill, there will be, we expect BJP MPs like Bansuri Swaraj, Tejasvi Surya, also JDU's Alok Kumar Suman, TDP's Lavu Shri Krishna Devaraliu, Shiva Sena Shrikant Shinde, NCP Sunil Tatkare, Apna Dal's Anupriya Patel, LGP's LGP Ramvilas's Arun Bharti, and NCPI's Sharmila Sarkar and Mitali Bagh are also, of course, expected to be the speakers on the debate, participants of this debate from the NDA, from Team NDA. A bigger, stronger Team NDA is what is being now projected this time around, and very, very important for pushing through the bills, as we've seen, still pending. Protecting the students' interest remains the government priority, is what Kiran Rijiju, the Parliamentary Affairs Minister, had said yesterday, as he called for strict action against those involved in the exam irregularities, and he has assured that the government is in consultation with the legal experts, and that interests are being taken care of. Also, focus on government's focus on farmers' welfare is also talked about by the Parliamentary Affairs Minister. So yes, all these issues will be discussed as to what is the way forward here to get the majority. It will be a test for the majority, in fact, very, very importantly. So yes, it is going to be a very, very important session today, and from here on, if there are no disruptions, obviously.
Definitely, if the opposition cooperates in the discussion, because this was also requested by the Lok Sabha Speaker, because one adjournment after the other it's what we are observing when it comes to the functioning of the Parliament, especially Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha. The opposition is adamant on disrupting the Parliament, but also, Rakshita, the opposition is continuously changing goalposts. When one demand is met, like the demand of the resignation of the Education Minister, Dharmendra Pradhan, that was agreed upon, and on the request that have been made by the student leaders and the protesters, that was agreed, and everything was agreed, but the opposition kept changing the goalposts. They still did not want the Parliament to function. They're wasting the taxpayers' money and the time of the Parliament.
Absolutely. We've seen the showdown, the debate on the anti-paper league bill, in fact, was expected yesterday. That had been delayed now amid the uproar by the opposition. And now we see that today, finally, there are 4 hours that were agreed upon. At least in principle, they have been agreed upon. We have to wait and watch if there are any disruption or not. The opposition has been raising several issues. That includes what happened in Bihar's Siwan district, the alleged use of an AK-47 rifle during a student protest, and also the police action against the miscreants during the Sansad Chalo March in and around Jantar Mantar in CP also is what the opposition is demanding. That there should be a statement from the Home Minister that they are demanding Amit Shah should speak in the House, make a statement on that action. So that is where the opposition is trying to build pressure on after the resignation, after even the bill that is to be tabled and discussed. Of course, there are more and more demands that are being piled up from the opposition side. But the key point is that they have all the rights to raise the demands and the questions, but then there has to be a time for an answer. There has to be space, time, and an environment to answer, and of course for healthy discussions and for meaningful discussions, which we have seen that the voters have been deprived of for the longest time here. So
All
this
right,
time
yes,
around,
yes.
expecting that there will be, of course, important discussions that will be taking place, because if the justice of students,
Definitely.
justice for
We're
students,
expecting there
and
will be a
safety
debate at
security
least
of the future
today.
of
Thanks a lot, Rakshita. Keep a track of all the developments. We'll come back to you as more details emerge. All right, viewers, now let's shift our focus to the top story that we are tracking. Assam is now suffering from a disastrous surge of intense flooding, resulting in an unparalleled path of destruction throughout the state. As numerous districts face significant flooding, the death count has sadly risen to 68, and more than 5,24,000 individuals continue to be impacted. The abrupt, frightening increase was caused by extraordinary, intense rainfall in the nearby hill state of Nagaland. The heavy rainfall led to large tributaries of the Brahmaputra quickly surpassing their danger levels and entirely inundating numerous villages within just a few hours. Watch this report.
Dear viewers and anyone who's watching this, Assam is seeing the worst flood disaster in years, in decades. Places like Soraidio, which is home to a World Heritage Site, is reeling underwater. Sivsagar, which has never witnessed these kind of floods, is today totally submerged.
We are in Sivsagar district of Assam, where flood has caused a massive devastation. Such flood was never witnessed in this particular area for the last more than 70 years. And this flood has been dubbed, in fact, one of the most deadly flood that the state has ever witnessed in recent time. More than 60 lives have been lost in this massive flood. The reason behind this flood has been, elaborately being discussed, but many people have different opinion when it comes to the reason behind this flood that has taken place in Sivsagar and Saraidev district. IMD has not officially acknowledged any cloud burst in the foothills of Nagaland, though initially it was being said that might be cloud burst could be one of the reason behind this flood. Completely submerged in the floodwaters, and you can also see a school which is partially submerged as a result of this devastating flood that has taken 66 lives in southern Assam. In Sibsagar and Saraideo district alone, the death toll is quite high. It is close to 30 in the two districts of Saraideo and Sibsagar alone, and across 12 districts, a health hazard can be seen in this area, as the living condition is not very healthy. Many people are still missing. Many people are still on the road, as we have already seen. But here I am bringing you to see the houses they have left behind. Their entire savings were spent in these houses to build brick by brick their dream house. But the unforgiving flood waters have destroyed everything that they had in just 15 minutes. It took only 15 minutes for the floodwaters to inundate this entire area.
The impact on the people is massive. Many areas were inaccessible even for the Indian Army and the NDRF till this weekend. But the fact is, millions are suffering. The death toll is rising, most unfortunately. But there are people who are not making a comment on this. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not a political matter, but I'm raising this tonight because I've got reports from all our reporters on the ground covering the floods. The visuals are disturbing, the situation is disturbing, the stories are heartrending. Assam needs your support. Assam, the people of Assam, need your support. The state government is doing an absolute best. The security forces, the paramilitary are out there on the ground. Let's stand with Assam. And I'm not saying this just because I am from Assam. I'm saying this because this is a matter that we cannot look away from. We need to step forward for our own people. And therefore, I want to say that we are going to carry out a campaign here on Republic, a campaign to contribute in any way that you can to the Chief Minister's Relief Fund. We will be putting out details and sharing it on the screen. Ladies and gentlemen, flood relief is the immediate response, but rehabilitation is the challenging task ahead. We have to all come together to help the flood-affected people in Assam, who've really been troubled, who've really been ravaged because of this complete calamity. This is a devastating time for the people of Assam. I request all of you to contribute, and Republic Media Network also will, in nation building. After all, as I say this and I make this personal appeal on behalf of our network and myself for the people of Assam, nation first, humanity first, please stand with the people of Assam. Let them know that you are with them. This will give them strength. So your messages matter, your contributions matter. Let's do our very best in this difficult time for the beautiful state of Assam.
All right, viewers, it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere because we have a lot more lined up coming up after the break. Pakistani army opens fire on peaceful protesters in a Rawalakot. 19 are reportedly dead, 35 injured in POK.
बेस्ट हरा बोर्ड दिखाना
सबसे डिपेंडेबल सेंचुरी HDF प्रीमियम प्लस
ट्रायल लूंगा
श्योर
वाटर रेजिस्टेंट
है
स्ट्रॉन्ग
है हाई डेंसिटी वुड फाइबर स्ट्रक्चर एडवांस जर्मन एडहेसिव बॉन्डिंग सॉलिड डिफेंस
ट्रायल में पास
सेंचुरी के 40 सालों का भरोसा हरे बोर्ड का असली बॉस सेंचुरी HDF प्रीमियम प्लस
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट
हनी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा राजा और मसाला।
पूरी रात से हम लोग लगे रहे। हमने पूरा जंतर मंतर का पूरा जितना गार्बेज था बाकी सब चीज ढुलाई थी। पूरे काम में थोड़ा समय और लगेगा। कुछ फुटपाथ हैं जहाँ की डैमेजेस हैं, कुछ पोल्स हैं जो कुछ डैमेजेस हैं, सेंट्रल वर्जिस हैं जो कुछ डैमेजेस हैं। स्टूडेंट के साथ साथ ऐसे लोग भी थे जो धन मचाने आए थे। अच्छे से किया गया।
All right, viewers, coming up after the break, Parliament to debate and vote on the Public Examinations Amendment Bill 2026 today, as all parties agree to discuss the bill.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
I wake up wearing someone else again. Skin tight like porcelain. I don't recognize these eyes. Something scratching from inside. Don't let it slip. I'm losing control. I don't wanna be safe anymore. Underneath there's a fire they can't keep. No more faces.
Finding myself. That's my moment of Sarah.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
विश्व प्रसिद्ध टेक्नोलॉजी एक्सपर्ट श्रीमान नंदन नीलेकनी जी के नेतृत्व में एक हाई पावर टास्क फोर्स बनाने का निर्णय किया है।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good morning. We are live and we are breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. So today we are focusing on two big stories. Massacre in POK where Pakistani forces continue to fire at peaceful protesters. And the other big story, that is right, the moment that we all have been waiting for. The Parliament will debate on the anti-paper league bill. That is right. We can expect discussions on this, and this bill is to make sure that anybody who tries any kind of fraud or paper leak again will be punished harshly. All this and much more coming right up, but the headlines first. Let's get started. Parliament to debate and vote on Public Examinations Amendment Bill 2026 today as parties agree to discuss the bill. Pakistani army opens fire on peaceful protesters in Rawalkot. 19 dead, 35 injured in POK. India's medal tally rises at the Commonwealth Games. Gaineshwari Yadav and Bindya Rani Devi clinches silver and bronze medals. Iran war spills over to the Caspian Sea. Iran claims Ukraine struck Iranian cargo vessel at the Caspian Sea. Israeli PM Benjamin Netanyahu departs for Washington in a first face-to-face talk with Trump since the start of the war. Breaking news coming in, viewers. Meta AI blocks Indian PM Modi's video in his own country. Viewers, this is a huge update coming in. This is Meta facing its sharpest reckoning yet in India. Citizens of the country have publicly demanded Meta to explain why PM Modi's post was restricted in India. The BJP has also sharply criticized Meta, stating that Facebook has crossed every limit. It has blocked Prime Minister Modi's post on strict action against paper leaks from being seen in India. They are also questioning who gave this foreign platform the authority to censor India. In fact, we are coming to know that this is a big update coming in, and what we see is that Meta, I repeat, Meta is under the scanner for this kind of move that they have made. I want us to go to my colleague who's joining us, our senior executive editor who's joining us, Abhishek Kapoor. Abhishek, what exactly is going on here? Facebook restricting PM Modi's post on the anti-paper leak law. Why would they do that here in our own country?
Exactly, Shivangi. It's really perplexing that Meta should be doing this and restricting Prime Minister Modi's post in India. It's preposterous that they did it, and coming as it does in the backdrop of reports, and many of them pursued by us at Republic Network, of how there has been foreign influence, there has been foreign backing, and there has been foreign agenda behind these protests. So whether Meta algorithm was planned in a manner during, ahead, and after the protests, that anything which sort of presents a rational picture of the protests or the reasons behind it is shadow banned. This is effectively shadow banning of Prime Minister of the country, and India shouldn't be taking it. I believe there was a communication that happened from the government to Facebook, after which the post was restored. They might be saying that this is some kind of technical glitch, but it's more likely that this was algorithmic, and that anything that countered the narrative of the protesters and the anti-government propaganda on the paper leaks issue was shadow banned, because Prime Minister's post was essentially about the strict measures being taken to tackle paper leak, any future paper leaks in the country. He was only talking about the measures the government has taken, including bringing in the new law, which is going to be discussed in the Parliament in the Lok Sabha today. Could not be taken up yesterday because of the pandemonium in the House, because of opposition intransigence. But now this is taking it to the next level, where even Prime Minister's post is shadow banned. I hope rather, that the basic communication that's taken place, which the post was restored, the government does, take more steps, go further.
That's right. Well, Abhishek, stay on with us. I also want to ask you that why would Meta, you said, of course, this is not done. Meta is blocking PM Modi's video in his own country, allows abuse ads and deletes livelihoods without any explanation. This is very, very concerning. Okay, I think we are being joined right now by BJP spokesperson Neoma Gupta. Thank you for joining us. Please, also, I want to ask you that what exactly is going on? because we have seen that Meta has already been accused of letting very abusive ads run, and now, and I repeat, now they are blocking Prime Minister Modi's post. This is India, and this is our Prime Minister.
Absolutely. Good morning, ma'am. I mean, how can the Prime Minister's message to the nation be blocked with nothing more than a vague phrase saying due to a legal request? In a democracy, transparency is non-negotiable. And if someone has ordered this, the country has the right to know who, under what law, why. What is this secret censorship happening in a democratic country like ours? It just doesn't make sense. And the debate is not about whether you are, as a private technological company, coming into this foray. It's about the balance of democratic institutions, powerful digital platforms. Governments derive their legitimacy from the electorate. Technological companies deriving influence from trust. I mean, how can they make these decisions? Sometimes, I mean, there are so many explanations coming that it was merely an algorithm error. Why should citizens not accept a prompt and detailed explanation for the same? This just does not make sense whatsoever, ma'am.
Yes.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, Numa Gupta, I also want to tell our viewers what was a note on Prime Minister Modi's post. It says the attached media is not available in your region due to a legal request. This is what it said. I mean, it is the region. I mean, the region is here, India. And Prime Minister Modi was talking about the anti-paper leak law. He was talking about giving justice to the students. What problem would Meta have in this post?
Ma'am, as I said, one cannot say that right now, but the anti-paper leak law addresses an issue that directly concerns students, parents across the country, and we have seen what has happened because of this. And information measures about this intended to protect the integrity of this whole process. If an automated moderation system interferes with this dissemination on such information, it raises legitimate concerns about whether the existing safeguards are adequate for content that serves an important public purpose. And accountability must apply to big tech companies also. They also frequently ask government institutions, public figures to be transparent and accountable. The same standard has to apply to them. If any platform restricts or limits any visibility of content, particularly from official government account, it must have to explain which policy, technical process is involved and what is going on. So we are into that right now, ma'am. Hello?
All right. If you have Numa Gupta, I want to stay with you, Numa Gupta, BJP spokesperson, because of course you talked about accountability. You have spoken about accountability. We have seen how Meta has been pulled up by Indian authorities over some other issues. But once again, they have tried to restrict the post of the Prime Minister. We are tracking the story very, very closely on Republic TV. We'll continue getting reactions on that story. Let's move ahead to some of the other stories we're tracking. The big story, I repeat, is the anti-paper leak bill. The 6-day deadlock in Parliament over the NEET paper leak controversy is set to end today, as all parties have agreed to discuss the public examinations of prevention of unfair means amendment bill in the Lok Sabha. Speaker Om Birla has facilitated cross-party consensus after sustained dialogue, paving the way for debate on the bill that seeks to impose stricter penalties, including up to 10 years in jail and fines up to rupees 50 lakh for organized exam malpractices. Alongside fast-track courts, the opposition, which had been pressing for accountability on the NEET issue and the police action against student protesters, has expressed readiness to engage, potentially allowing normal proceedings to resume. Okay, so those are the pictures of what happened earlier, but we are waiting and counting down to that big debate. I repeat, the big debate on the anti-paper leak bill. And there's so much for us to track here because the opposition parties have agreed to hold the debate. And once the debate starts, we will be seeing that very young MPs will be carrying this debate forward. For more, I want to go straight across to my colleague who's joining us. Rakshita is joining us live. Rakshita is reporting live from Vijay Chowk. Rakshita, you know, this is a moment we all have been waiting for. It's very important, and all the students who are watching Republic right now should know that what will happen in Parliament today is pretty historic, because this bill will become so strict that no one can even think about a paper leak in the future.
Absolutely. Well, there have been calls for stricter measures being taken. Of course, there have been changing goalposts from the opposition, but it's important that in a democracy that pressure is built and the right questions are asked. And pertaining to that, the government, the ND, has taken that decision. We've seen that steps have been taken already, even before what happened in the national capital on the 20th of July. We've seen that there was a CBI investigation. There were arrests that were made, and we also saw a successful re-NEET also happening. But now, after there has been pressure mounting, we've seen that there is again a debate that has been demanded for. Yesterday, this debate was supposed to happen, but because of continuous sloganeering and disruptions, as has been witnessed in the past few days, and of course in the previous sessions also, that could not have been possible. Now, 4 hours, at least 4 hours, have been allotted for today. And yes, the key word is young MPs. The key word is youth. So the government is trying to connect with the youth, cater to the concerns of the youth. The Prime Minister's outreach is very much visible to the youth after what has been happening, controlling the situation, and of course listening to the students and their concerns is of utmost importance. Kiran Rijiju, the Parliamentary Affairs Minister, also yesterday said that the future of the students is of utmost priority for the NDA. And with regards to that, we've seen steps are being taken. A bill is going to be tabled, and discussions on the same are expected. But yes, we've seen disruptions. There are demands from the opposition. There's a meeting that is going on right now. Mallikarjun Kharge, the Congress president, is right now chairing that meeting of the opposition leaders in his chamber right now. It began around 10 a.m. and they are setting the agenda for today and of course the upcoming sessions or upcoming days of this monsoon session. So yes, it remains to be seen that what really happens, because changing goalposts, that is, because there are demands one after the other. From the earlier there were disruptions demanding a resignation of Dharmendra Pradhan, and then they will have a debate. Now that has happened, let's see if the opposition is open to debate, because we've seen there have been multiple attempts to disrupt that. And today is the day when every MP will be, especially the young MPs, and not to forget the NCPI, as they have today participated in the NDA parliamentary meeting, that is the Mangal Milan. The young MPs also will be participating, like Mitali and Shatabdi. We expect that there will be more MPs from across the other NDA parties, especially if we talk about BJP. We have Bansuri Swaraj and Tejasvi Surya also expected to take the forefront and participate, lead the discussions, lead the debate, be the key speakers here for the NDA side today. And the opposition also is preparing the strategy right now as we speak for this bill. There are also mounting pressure on the government now to put out a statement with regards to the action that was taken against the miscreants on those who were part of the demonstrations here in central Delhi. So yes, that is also going to be taken up. The clouds of disruption continue to hover on this day of the monsoon session.
Right.
But yes, it will be important to see the 4-hour discussion.
Yes, Rakshita, we're counting down to that session, which will begin very soon, 11 a.m. onwards, and then we can expect a lot of updates from the parliament. But we also have some visuals coming in, and this is from Rawalkot in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. The fresh visuals show how Asim Muni's forces are using civilian houses in Rawalkot as bunkers to fire at Arnab protesters. And also, let's tell you viewers, at least 19 people have been killed in the firing, and at least 20 people are severely injured. Public anger over inflation, governance, and the ban on the Joint Awami Action Committee are factors that triggered the protests. But the protesters nonetheless organized long marches from Rawalkot towards Muzaffarabad. Security forces deployed have used tear gas, barricades, and live fire, which have led to around 19 civilians who have lost their life. On your screen, there you can see, viewers, what exactly is going on. Video 1, 2, 3 and 4, all showing you how the Pakistani forces are firing at these unarmed civilians. Not only that, they are absolutely not going ahead listening to the demands of the people of POK who just want the basics. Just the basics. The ongoing protest movement in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir has intensified with back-to-back firing, shots being heard everywhere around Rawalkot. Now the smoke rising on the top after the tear gas and shelling is enough to tell us about the situation. And Pakistan Army have placed their forces on the terrace top also, and you can see they are firing from the top. They're seen pointing guns at the camera of whoever is trying to capture their actions. So those are pictures showing you what is really happening in POK. And it's very obvious, viewers, that the unrest in POK is getting intense. And following the intensified clashes in Rawalkot, protesters have now gathered in the crowd to protest the indiscriminate firing by Pakistani forces. Now, the protesters are angry over the continuous killing by Pakistani forces. There, once more, you see some more pictures which are coming in, which show you what the situation is looking like in POK, where these Pakistani forces are going ahead and firing at these protesters. Rawalkot has become one of the focal points of the ongoing agitation, with many groups of protesters arriving to join the sit-in. As people in Rawalkot make videos from their houses, they can hear the voices of massive crowd of protesters after the Pakistan forces opened fire on them. The firing is so intense that it can be heard from any area of Rawalkot. There you go, more pictures coming in showing you exactly what is going on. Now, ahead of any possible talks with the authorities, we see that the protesters are demanding implementation of past agreements. As soon as the protesters start their long march, viewers, we see Pakistani forces are firing, I repeat, firing on these protesters, leading to huge smoke seen from the top of mountains. The protesters, by the way, allege that even after their peaceful protest, the Pakistan forces have resorted to opening fire on them. Injured are being taken in ambulances after massive shelling by forces. The people present there say that the situation is it's quite worse, and in fact shots are being heard. The forces have killed at least 15 to 20 people. So these forces, Pakistani forces, are so heartless that they are firing at their own people. They say that POK is ours, that's what they say. But why are you firing at your own people? That is exactly what's happening in POK. So those pictures showing you exactly the truth of what's happening in POK as Pakistani forces are firing at their own people. They say that they are our people, but still firing at them. The latest development comes against a backdrop of months of unrest across POK over governance, political representation and economic issues. The Awami Action Committee has emerged as the principal organization leading the protest movement. And viewers, in a short break, do not go anywhere. We'll be right back. Parliament to debate and vote on the Public Examination Amendment Bill today, as all parties agree to discuss the bill. That is what we are counting down to. Stay tuned. We are live and breaking.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
पूरी रात से हम लोग लगे रहे। हमने पूरा जंतर मंतर का पूरा जितना गार्बेज था बाकी सब की ढुलाई की। पूरे काम में थोड़ा समय और लगेगा। कुछ फुटपाथ हैं जहाँ की डैमेजेस हैं, कुछ पोल्स हैं जो डैमेजेस हैं, सेंट्रल वर्जिस हैं जो कुछ डैमेजेस हैं। स्टूडेंट के साथ साथ ऐसे लोग भी थे जो धन मचाने आए थे। अच्छे से किया गया।
इसलिए वोट करना पड़ जाएगा आपको। भाई साहब ने चैनल नहीं है एजेंसी है भाई साहब।
हल्के हल्के पब्लिक ने जब जाना शुरू किया।
Drunk man assaults policeman. CCTV footage goes viral. Accused has been arrested. The attack captured on CCTV cameras has gone viral on social media. The incident occurred in Kalyan. The arrested accused has been identified as Rahul, a resident of Gauripada, and pictures on the screen showing you what happened. A routine police response to a public nuisance in Kalyan turned violent when a drunken man allegedly assaulted a police constable with a wooden stick on Sunday late night. The attack captured on CCTV cameras has gone viral on social media, and the police have registered a case and arrested the accused. So these are the pictures coming in of a drunk man who assaulted a cop, and you can clearly see how this man tried to assault the cop. The police have registered a case in this matter, and more action would be taken. Now you have seen that the arrested accused is assaulting the policeman, and this was a routine police response to a public nuisance when a drunk man allegedly assaulted a police constable with a wooden stick. So you can see he's holding a wooden stick and he's raining those blows with that stick on the cop. The attack has been captured on CCTV cameras, has gone viral on social media. The police have registered a case and arrested the accused. So on your screen, left and right, a drunk man has assaulted a cop, and CCTV footage of the assault has also gone viral on social media. So drunk man assaulting policeman, CCTV footage goes viral, accused has been arrested. In fact, in this picture, you can see this incident coming in from Kalyan. We're taking a short break, viewers. Do not go anywhere. We will be right back. And the big story, of course, is the Parliament to debate and vote on the Public Examinations Amendment Bill, as all parties agree to discuss that bill. Stay tuned, viewers.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
I wake up wearing someone else again. Skin tight like porcelain. I don't recognize these eyes. Something scratching from inside. Don't let it slip. I'm losing control. I don't wanna be safe anymore. Underneath there's a fire they can't keep. No more faces.
Finding myself. That's my moment of Sarah.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा
विश्व प्रसिद्ध टेक्नोलॉजी एक्सपर्ट श्रीमान नंदन नीलेकनी जी के नेतृत्व में एक हाई पावर टास्क फोर्स बनाने का निर्णय किया है। फ्रेंड्स, विद्यार्थियों के भविष्य के लिए भारत सरकार लगातार अनेकविध कदम उठा रही है।
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Parliament to debate and vote on the Public Examinations Amendment Bill 2026 today, as all parties agree to discuss the bill. Pakistani army opens fire on peaceful protesters in Rawalakot. 19 dead, 35 injured in PO. India's medal tally rises at the Commonwealth Games. Gyaneshwari Yadav and Bindya Rani Devi clinches silver and bronze medals. An Iran war spills over to Caspian Sea. Iran claims Ukraine has struck Iranian cargo vessel at Caspian Sea. Israeli PM Benjamin Netanyahu departs for Washington in a first face-to-face talks with Trump since the start of Iran war. All right, viewers, let's begin with the first big breaking news development. Today is the Parliament session. In the monsoon session of the Parliament, there will be discussion on the anti-paper leak bill. The 6-day deadlock in Parliament over the NEET paper leak controversy is set to end today, probably, as all parties have agreed to discuss the Public Examinations Prevention of Unfair Means Amendment Bill 2026 in the Lok Sabha. Now, Speaker Om Birla facilitated cross-party consensus after sustained dialogue. And this will pave the way for debate on the bill that seeks to impose stricter penalties, including up to 10 years in jail and fines up to 50 lakh and beyond for organized exam malpractices, alongside fast-track courts which are in place. The opposition, which had been pressing for accountability on the NEET issue and police action against student protesters, has expressed readiness to engage, potentially allowing normal proceedings to resume. And these are the visuals from the Mangal Milan of the NDA. And it's important to highlight that the NCPI also participated, that is the TMC rebels participated for the first time in the NDA parliamentary meeting, which began at 9:30, and the 20 ex-TMC MPs, the TMC rebel MPs, also participated in this key huddle of the NDA. And this is very important because this Mangal Milan is happening. It happened, and these are the visuals after the meeting has concluded, because they are heading to the Parliament today. Is very important. This important session in the Parliament where the anti-paper leak bill will be discussed. and hopefully it should get passed, because the opposition has also agreed for a discussion in the parliament after a deadlock for a very long time, because the opposition earlier was adamant on disrupting the parliament, on not letting the parliament function, and now after they have agreed, we are getting these visuals of the NDA Mangal Milan meet, which happened just before the key parliament session, that is the parliament monsoon session, which will shortly begin after a short while. And these are the visuals coming in, where you can also see the NCPI leaders also who have attended the meeting, because now they are in the NDA alliance and they also participated, even sitting in the front row along with Prime Minister Narendra Modi and senior BJP leaders. And this sends across a very strong message to the opposition that the NDA is getting stronger, it's becoming bigger, and it's heading towards the super majority, which is very crucial for getting bills passed in the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha. And these are the visuals coming in from the Mangal Milan, which has just ended. The meeting has ended just now, and these are the visuals coming in after the meeting. All right, Rakshita continues to be with us from Vijay Chowk with all the latest updates. So this was a meeting with the NCPI leaders also attending, Rakshita, and it has concluded.
Absolutely. Again, as you pointed out, it's a show of strength from the NDA, and very important. It's a traditional parliamentary meeting that happens every Tuesday. So yes, it's a Mangal Milan, and the agenda is very, very clear. Tabling of the the bill for stricter laws as far as paper leaks are concerned, the education system is concerned, and that is the core agenda today of the NDA. So the strategy is going to be, has been, of course, we expect, has been already set up today in what has happened in a Mangal Milan is that has just been concluded. The stricter reforms with a harsher jail term and more penalties is what is being now talked about, has been included in this bill. Talking about a show of strength, yes, and it's also a test of majority for a super majority of the NDA, with the NCPI for the first time coming in and attending this parliamentary meeting of the NDA. Now the NCPI becomes the second largest ally of the BJP here in the NDA, and yes, these MPs are the ones where we expect will be participating in the debate today, in the 4-hour debate. That includes the young MPs, everybody fielding the young MPs today for the debate, from the BJP Basuri Swaraj to Tejasvi Surya, and other leaders from across ALGP and other parties also, but TDP, of course, not to forget. But yes, if you talk about this particular new bloc or the new party, that is the NCPI, we expect the Sharbila Sarkar and Mithali Bagh, the young MPs, would be participating in this debate, and opposition has been demanding a discussion on the same, while at the same time disrupting the tabling of the bill yesterday, as they are wanting a statement from the Home Minister on the police action on those demonstrators, who in fact were seen quite clearly disrupting law and order. So while a 4-hour discussion and debate has been agreed upon, and opposition has accepted that, remains to be seen what really is the strategy and the plan of action as far as the opposition is concerned. Mallikarjun Kharge was chairing the meeting today here in Parliament with the opposition leaders, and they were talking about the strategy. We hope that there will be business that will see the light of the day in this very, very stormy monsoon session, Shivam.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be a stormy monsoon session, and we'll wait for the session to begin with the live visuals, because there will be a separate seating for the NCPI as it was demanded, and they will also be participating. But also they will take part as key speakers in the debate that is going to happen. But tell us about the way the opposition is changing goalposts while all the demands of the students have already been met. And it is a very crucial bill, and how the opposition was continuously adamant on delaying the discussion in the parliament while they portray themselves to be fighting for the students.
Absolutely, and fighting for the students, fighting for issues is the key role of the opposition. Raising questions is the key role of the opposition. So that, of course, is something that we expect the opposition to do. But the fact that there has to be some constructive business that finally happens after the tactics are deployed by any party from the opposition. Now, what we've been seeing in this from the very beginning of this monsoon session, I still remember standing right here reporting from outside the parliament. In the first 2 days, we saw what happened. There were there were at least 6 to 7 disruptions in both houses of the parliament, and there was business just for a minute or two, and then there was sloganeering. Finally, we arrive at a point today where it's important that we have a discussion. We've seen the demands of resignation of Dharmendra Pradhan that have been also now fulfilled. We've seen that there are stricter laws that have been also now being discussed about, as we expect that today, the anti-paper leak bill that is to be discussed today. So those were the key demands. Ultimately, the goal is to secure the future of the students and to prevent any such leaks in the future, which the country has been witnessing for decades. And that has been happening. Action, even prior to the session, has been taken. We've been discussing about how the NEET was very, very successful. We've seen how there was a CBI investigation. There were sackings, there were arrests that were made. So yes, now the government has gone forward and gone a step ahead and maybe steps ahead with a special law. Padding up the law is concerned. The amendment of the law is the key part here, with stricter laws, with stricter punishment that is being prescribed here in what is going to be discussed today. Now, opposition continues to change goalposts. We've seen even in that protest by Rahul Gandhi that shows the modus operandi when he was protesting near the 7 Lok Kalyan Marg outside Prime Minister's residence, where Jitendra Singh, the MOS PMO, had held a dialogue with him. He was holding a dialogue, and he agreed that there will be a discussion on NEET. And then he said, "No, I have another demand," and it continues to change. So that dodging politics, dodging and delaying politics, has been a modus operandi of the opposition. But remains to be seen today. Now that they've agreed for a discussion, it's all eyes will be on Lok Sabha, of course, and also in Rajya Sabha. We've seen the DMK MP has moved a notice for suspension of business. They demand that there should be a statement from the Home Minister, that there should be a statement from the government on the police action. So it remains to be seen what really is in store.
Yeah, because the government, while it was listening to the demands of students and acting accordingly, the opposition was trying to make this their victory, to consider that as their victory, while even Dharmendra Pradhan, when he entered the parliamentary complex, he was welcomed, he was felicitated by the NDA leaders in the parliament. But also the key fact that the opposition continues to protest inside the parliament, and very well put, you highlighted they are protesting outside the parliament. And also the restraint that has been shown by the Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla in this regards. And if you can do a comparative analysis on how earlier there used to be action taken, MPs used to get suspended for coming in the well of the house or staging protests inside the parliament, because that's not allowed, and you continue to do that. And if an action is taken against the MPs, and they'll say now they don't want us to be part of the discussion, while they continuously disrupt the parliament, Rakshita.
Well, yes, starting from the what we've seen, trying to get credit on one part, and when we see the welcome of the ministers resign, well, it's a game of optics from both sides that has been visible all throughout, and that's what happens in politics. But when the agenda is clear, that if one has to work for the students of the country, then there should be something meaningful that should be happening. Now, while politics continues over this, there has been politicizing and even misleading claims that are made time and again. There are so many reforms that are lined up, so many bills that are lined up. Of course, they cannot be cleared without a healthy discussion, and that is what the Constitution prescribes. The same opposition that continues to talk about not being allowed to speak is actually disrupting and not even allowing a debate to happen is the moot point here. So yes, today it will be
Rakshita,
a test.
Then they are back with the same set of allegations that our mic was muted and whatnot. We We also have Chandrakala joining us live. Chandrakala, a very important session in the Parliament, especially Lok Sabha, on the discussion of the anti-paper leak bill that's on. If you can tell us about the agenda in the Parliament and how previously there were many notices, adjournment notices and other notices which were put in by the opposition leaders to disrupt the functioning of the Parliament, and what's special today. Chandrakala, over to you for all the latest after the NDA Mangal Milan meeting.
Yes, in fact, after a massive showdown, a week-long protest, now what we are witnessing that, of course, this anti-paper leak bill will be finally debated in the Parliament. We are hoping there will be some kind of positive debate and discussion after a massive long, protest and an adjournment being, adjournment of House. Of course, yesterday we saw that the Union Minister of State, Jitendra Singh, introducing the bill, but it could not be passed due to the continuous sloganeering by the opposition parties. But now, of course, from some time now, we are expecting that the bill will be debated in detail by the leaders. Of course, what we are learning is that a very, very crucial NDA parliamentary meeting, Mangal Milan meeting, has just concluded, wherein, of course, we saw Prime Minister Narendra Modi attending it, and also Union Home Minister Amit Shah and Defence Minister Rajnath Singh was also present. There were other NDA MPs, young NDA MPs, of course, including Basuri Swaraj and others who also took part in the meeting, and also the NCPI were also a part of this particular meeting. Of course, the main agenda remained being the anti-paper leak bill that would be discussed today, and the fact that the opposition have been continuously disrupting most of the legislative business as far as the Monsoon Parliament is concerned. And of course, today we are expecting that a detailed discussion will be taking place, and some kind of positive outcome is expected, because this bill is very important given the NEET paper leak issue. And we have seen earlier also the meeting that has taken place, the Mangal Milan meeting. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has emphasized on how the students are important, and of course strict actions would be taken as far as the NEET paper leak issue is concerned. Over to you.
All right, thanks a lot, Rakshita, who's joining from Vijay Chowk, and Chandrakala joining from New Delhi. All right, viewers, now let's move on to other stories that we are tracking. Now, India's Commonwealth Games campaign has received a major boost, with weightlifter Rishikant Singh Chanambam clinching the country's first silver medal at the Glasgow Commonwealth Games 2026. But behind the 264 kilograms lift lies a story of extraordinary grit. From working as a daily wage labourer, earning just rupees 200 a day, to overcoming financial hardships, injuries and the challenges posed by the unrest in Manipur, Rishikanta's journey is one of resilience. In an exclusive conversation with Republic TV, the Commonwealth silver medalist shared the struggles behind his success. Take a look at this report.
Rishikant Singh lifted a combined 264 kg to clinch the silver medal in the men's 60 kg weightlifting category at the Commonwealth Games. While the whole country was left jubilant over the achievement, the story behind the medal is truly inspiring. During his teenage years, Rishikanta abandoned weightlifting and worked as a daily wage labourer at a construction site, earning just rupees 200 per day. And to tell you more about the hard work behind this medal, Rishikanta Singh is joining us live. Rishikanta, thank you so much for speaking to Republic.
मैं बहुत खुशी हूँ. पहले मेरे को रिपब्लिक नेशन फर्स्ट का न्यूज़ से कॉल आ रहा था. मेरा जो मेडल लेने से कुछ पूछने के लिए, सपोर्टिंग मैं बहुत थैंक यू सो मच. फर्स्ट मैं बहुत खुशी हूँ. इधर मैं ये मणिपुर का एक पहले वाला लड़का इधर तक आके मेडल दिया, ये मैं दिन से बहुत खुशी हूँ. मेरा वो सपना था एक दिन मैं मेडल दूंगा, ऐसे मैंने सपना था. आज मैंने पूरा किया, बट मैं गोल्ड मेडल नहीं जीत पा रहा, वो थोड़ा दुखी था. फिर आगे वाला कॉम्पिटिशन में मैं मेडल दूंगा. और
आप दुखी मत होइए, क्योंकि पूरा हिंदुस्तान जो है वो अभी गर्व है आप पे कि आप सिल्वर मेडल लेकर आए हमारे लिए. हमें बताइए किस तरह से आपका ये पूरा जो जर्नी था, आपने किस तरह से तैयारी की इस सिल्वर मेडल के लिए?
मैंने तो मैम कम से कम 13 इयर्स हो गया होगा ये मेडल लेके आने के लिए. मैं क्योंकि हर साल मैं ट्रेनिंग करते रहता हूँ और ठीक से भी नहीं खाना खाता हूँ क्योंकि ट्रेनिंग बॉडी वेट भी मेंटेन करना पड़ रहा, फिर बॉडी का भी इंजरी।
All right, viewers, now let's move ahead to another story that we are tracking. This is from Assam. Now, Assam is now suffering from a disastrous surge of intense flooding, resulting in an unparalleled path of destruction throughout the state. As numerous districts face significant flooding, the death count has sadly risen to 68 and more than 5,24,000 individuals continue to be impacted. The abrupt, frightening increase was caused by extraordinarily intense rainfall in the nearby hill state of Nagaland. The heavy rainfall led to large tributaries of the Brahmaputra quickly surpassing their danger levels and entirely inundating numerous villages within just a few hours. Assam confronts a significant challenge to reconstruct, with more than 48,000 hectares of essential farmland submerged and key infrastructure entirely destroyed. As floodwaters gradually start to go down, the primary concern is on avoiding waterborne illnesses and bringing back electricity. Take a look at this report.
Dear viewers and anyone who's watching this, Assam is seeing the worst flood disaster in years, in decades. Places like Saraidio, which is home to a World Heritage Site, is reeling underwater. Sivsagar, which has never witnessed these kind of floods, is today totally submerged.
We are in Sivsagar district of Assam, where flood has caused a massive devastation. Such flood was never witnessed in this particular area for the last more than 70 years. And this flood has been dubbed, in fact, one of the most deadly flood that the state has ever witnessed in recent time. More than 60 lives have been lost in this massive flood. The reason behind this flood has been, elaborately being discussed, but many people have different opinion when it comes to the reason behind this flood that has taken place in Sivsagar and Saraidio district. IMD has not officially acknowledged any cloud burst in the foothills of Nagaland, though initially it was being said that might be cloud burst could be one of the reason behind this flood. Completely submerged in the floodwaters, and you can also see a school which is partially submerged as a result of this devastating flood that has taken 66 lives in southern Assam. In Sivsagar and Saraidio district alone, the death toll is quite high. It is close to 30 in the two districts of Saraidio and Sivsagar alone, and across 12 districts, a health hazard can be seen in this area, as the living condition is not very healthy. Many people are still missing. Many people are still on the road, as we have already seen. But here I am bringing you to see the houses they have left behind. Their entire savings were spent in these houses to build brick by brick their dream house, but the unforgiving flood waters have destroyed everything that they had in just 15 minutes. It took only 15 minutes for the floodwaters to inundate this entire area.
The impact on the people is massive. Many areas were inaccessible even for the Indian Army and the NDRF till this weekend. But the fact is, millions are suffering. The death toll is rising, most unfortunately. But there are people who are not making a comment on this. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not a political matter, but I'm raising this tonight because I've got reports from all our reporters on the ground covering the floods. The visuals are disturbing. The situation is disturbing. The stories are heartrending. Assam needs your support. Assam, the people of Assam, need your support. The state government is doing an absolute best. The security forces, the paramilitary are out there on the ground. Let's stand with Assam. And I'm not saying this just because I am from Assam. I'm saying this because this is a matter that we cannot look away from. We need to step forward for our own people. And therefore, I want to say that we are going to carry out a campaign here on Republic, a campaign to contribute in any way that you can to the Chief Minister's Relief Fund. We will be putting out details and sharing it on the screen. Ladies and gentlemen, flood relief is the immediate response, but rehabilitation is the challenging task ahead. We have to all come together to help the flood-affected people in Assam, who've really been troubled, who've really been ravaged because of this complete calamity. This is a devastating time for the people of Assam. I request all of you to contribute, and Republic Media Network also will, in nation building. After all, as I say this and I make this personal appeal on behalf of our network and myself for the people of Assam, nation first, humanity first, please stand with the people of Assam. Let them know that you are with them. This will give them strength. So your messages matter, your contributions matter. Let's do our very best in this difficult time for the beautiful state of Assam.
All right, viewers, it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere because there's a lot more lined up coming up after the break, ladies and gentlemen. Parliament to debate and vote on the Public Examinations Amendment Bill 2026 today, as all parties agree to discuss the bill.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। एमटीएच का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
एमटीएच।
पूरी रात से हम लोग लगे रहे। हमने पूरा जंतर मंतर का कूड़ा, जितना गार्बेज था, बाकी सब थी, लाइन थी, पूरे काम में थोड़ा समय और लगे। कुछ फुटपाथ हैं जहाँ के डैमेजेस हैं, कुछ पोल्स हैं जो डैमेजेस हैं, सेटल वर्जिस हैं जो कुछ डैमेजेस हैं। स्टूडेंट के साथ साथ ऐसे लोग भी थे जो धन मचाने आए थे, अच्छे से किया गया।
इसलिए वोट करना पड़ जाएगा आपको। भाई साहब ने चैनल नहीं
हल्के हल्के पब्लिक ने जब जाना शुरू किया तो रात से ही हमारी पूरी एनडीएमसी की टीम, जिसमें मैं स्वयं, पूरी रात से हम लोग लगे रहे। हमने पूरा जंतर मंतर का कूड़ा, जितना गार्बेज था, बाकी सब थी, धुलाई थी, इसकी वॉल पेंटिंग थी, इसके कहीं पर ऐसे होर्डिंग्स और बैनर्स थे, उन सबको बड़े क्लीन से हमने साफ किया। हमारी पूरी टीम, जिसकी पूरी मशीनरी, मैकेनाइज्ड स्वीपिंग मशीन हो, जेट वॉशिंग हो, हमारे लोडर्स हो, क्रेन्स हो, हमारी स्वीपिंग, मैनुअल स्वीपिंग हो, हमारे सफाई जो साथी हैं वो चीफ इंजीनियर हैं, हमारे सेक्रेटरी हैं, पूरी टीम हम कल रात से ही, हम जब रात भर काम करते हैं तो पूरी टीम एक विश्वास के साथ काम करती है कि माने
Viewers, we are getting a big breaking news development. This is Meta's response. Now, Meta has admitted to the error over removal of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's post. And now this is a response, an official response from Meta. Meta says that the PM's post was removed due to error. So this needs to be highlighted because earlier the post read that the post was removed because of a legal request. So that was the reason cited earlier after the post was removed. However, the post was restored after a short while, and also senior BJP leaders have started sharing the screenshot of the post removal on social media platform X, and now Meta has now responded because of their error they removed the post of the Prime Minister. All right, viewers, it's time to slip into a short commercial break again. Now, don't go anywhere because we have a lot more lined up coming up after the break. Pakistani army opens fire on peaceful protesters in Rawalakot. 19 dead, 35 injured in POK.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
I wake up wearing someone else again, skin tight like porcelain. I don't recognize these eyes, something scratching from inside. Don't let it slip, I'm losing control. I don't wanna be safe anymore. Underneath there's a fire they can't keep. No more faces.
Finding myself. That's my moment of Sarah.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट
क्या बात है स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
विश्व प्रसिद्ध टेक्नोलॉजी एक्सपर्ट श्रीमान नंदन नीलेकनी जी के नेतृत्व में एक हाई पावर टास्क फोर्स बनाने का निर्णय किया है। फ्रेंड्स, विद्यार्थियों के भविष्य के लिए भारत सरकार लगातार अनेकविध कदम उठा रही है। जिन लोगों ने विद्यार्थियों के भविष्य के साथ खिलवाड़ किया वे जेलों में सड़ रहे हैं। हमने फास्ट ट्रैक कोर्ट बना चुके हैं। हम कल पार्लियामेंट के अंदर भी कठोर कानूनों के प्रावधान।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Parliament to debate and vote on the Public Examination Amendment Bill today as all parties agree to discuss the bill. For the first time, the newly formed National Citizens Party of India take part in the NDA Mangal Milan. Pakistani army opens fire on peaceful protesters in Rawalakot. 19 dead, 35 injured in POK.
Iran war spills over to Caspian Sea. Iran claims Ukraine struck Iranian cargo vessel at the Caspian Sea.
माननीय सदस्यगण, 23वें राष्ट्रमंडल खेलों में भारत के पैरा खिलाड़ी सुश्री शर्मिला धनखड़ ने स्वर्ण पदक व सुश्री शिल्पा के शायल ने कांस्य पदक जीता है। श्री सर्वेश कुमार सारे, श्री वलूरी अजय बाबू, सुश्री ज्ञानेश्वरी यादव ने रजत पदक एवं सुश्री बिंदिया रानी देवी ने कांस्य पदक जीतकर इस प्रतियोगिता में भारत का गौरव बढ़ाया है। भारत की 18 वर्षीय क्वेश खिलाड़ी सुश्री अनाथ सिंह ने कनाडा में वर्ल्ड जूनियर स्क्वैश चैंपियन 2026 खिताब जीतकर ऐतिहासिक उपलब्धि हासिल की है। मैं सदन की ओर से देश की मान बढ़ाने वाले सभी खिलाड़ियों को उनके योगदान के लिए एवं टीम इंडिया कोच सबको, परिवारजनों को हार्दिक बधाई देता हूं, शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। एक अच्छा संदेश जाता है कि हम खेलों के अंदर अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर भारत के खिलाड़ी जिस कड़ी मेहनत से स्वर्ण, रजत, कांस्य जीतते हैं और संसद उनका अभिवादन करती है, 140 करोड़ जनता अभिवादन करती है, तो खिलाड़ियों का मनोबल बढ़ता है। इसके लिए मैं आप सबका धन्यवाद देता हूं। प्रश्न काल है। आप क्या चाहते हैं? नो सर, मैं सभी दलों से पुनः अपील करता हूं कि महत्वपूर्ण विधेयक पर हम चर्चा करें, संवाद करें, अपने मत और विचारों को रखें। सरकार से भी और प्रतिपक्ष से भी मेरा ये आग्रह है कि सभी माननीय सदन सहमति बनाए और आज हम 2 बजे इस महत्वपूर्ण विषय पर चर्चा करेंगे, ऐसा सभी लोगों ने सहमति व्यक्त की है। समय सरकार और प्रतिपक्ष बैठकर समय तय कर लेगा और मेरा आपसे आग्रह है, आज और निवेदन कर रहा हूं मैं, कितना भी गतिरोध हो, कितना भी बड़ा मुद्दा हो, लेकिन मैं माननीय सदस्यों से आग्रह करता हूं, प्रश्नकाल में गतिरोध नहीं होना चाहिए। आप प्रश्नकाल के बाद 12 बजे गतिरोध पैदा करें। हमारे कृषि मंत्री जी बहुत उत्तेजित हैं जवाब देने के लिए। मेरा आप सबसे आग्रह है, वो क्या है, खड़े होने की मुद्रा में पूरा रोज दिन से। मेरा आप सबसे आग्रह है कि सदन चले, चर्चा हो, संवाद हो, सबके मत विचार आए, एक हमारी भी बात सुनी जाए सर, पूरे देश के अंदर एक सकारात्मक दिशा जाए कि संसद में चर्चा संवाद होती है। इसलिए मेरा आपसे आग्रह है कि प्रश्नकाल में गतिरोध पैदा नहीं करें। चलिए सदन की कार्रवाई आज 2 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है।
प्रधान सेक्शन और इंजीनियरिंग सेक्शन मोननैबो सेक्शनाव थोजासे मावख'गिरि गैयैनि थाखाय बे रेजिस्ट्रेशना मोजाङै सोलिनो हायाखै आरो दिनैसिमबो बे रेजिस्ट्रेशनावहाय इंजीनियरिंग सेक्शनावहाय डेपुटि डाइरेक्टर सासे डाइरेक्टर इंजीनियर सासे स्टेशन इंजीनियर सासे आरो बेनि अनगायै प्रधान सेक्शनावहाय रेडियो स्टेशन डाइरेक्टर सासे एसिस्टेंट स्टेशन डाइरेक्टर सासे program executive सानै ट्रांसमिशन executive साथाम एनाउंसार साथाम बे गासैबो मावख'गिरिफ्रा दिनैसिमबो सुफुंजायाखै जायनि थाखाय बे स्टेशना मोजाङै सोलिनो हायाखै सार आथिखालावहाय बे ट्रान्समिशनावहाय फुंनि बाहागोआव 4 बाजिनिफ्राय रिंगानिफ्राय 3 रिंगासिम इभिनिं ट्रान्समिशनखौ सोलियो आरो 4 रिंगानिफ्राय 10:30 रिंगासिम फोसावगासिनो दङ सार क'क्राझार आकाशबाणीखौ आबुं महर होनानै सामलायनो थांखि गायसनदोंब्लाबो दिनैसिमबो नांगौ बायदि मावख'गिरि मासिखौ सुफुंनाय जायाखै जायनि जाहोनाव बे स्टेशना जायनि थाखाय
All right, viewers. So once again, because of ruckus on day 7 of the monsoon session, we see that Lok Sabha has been adjourned till 2 p.m. amid disruptions. Same for the Rajya Sabha. Just after a few minutes, and the discussions only lasted perhaps only 5 to 6 to 7 minutes in total. And both the houses of the parliament have once again been adjourned. But what we understood is that at 2 p.m., I repeat, at 2 p.m. is when the anti-paper leak will be discussed. So that is what has happened. Lok Sabha Speaker has said that the anti-paper leak bill will be discussed at 2 p.m. And this is what we are waiting for. This is a very important update coming in because we are waiting for the discussion on the anti-paper leak bill. This will pave the way for a lot of strict action against any kind of paper leak in the future. So the Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla has allocated 6-hour discussion on the proposed legislation, emphasizing the need for collective and constructive approach to strengthen the country's competitive examination system and curb malpractice. The bill was introduced by Minister of State in Prime Minister's office, Jitendra Singh, amid noisy protests by opposition members who were demanding the government's response to the alleged police action against students. And now we understand that after Prime Minister Modi has promised and spoken about the anti-paper leak bill, today is when it will be discussed. 2 p.m. onwards, it's a time. Republic TV will be getting up viewers all those updates. And once again, proceedings today have begun on a very stormy note. You saw that as both the houses of the parliament started discussions, there was a lot of ruckus which was raised in the house, in both the houses. So Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha once again convened as on a stormy note as Parliament has resumed its proceedings. The opposition is going to participate in the discussion on the Public Examinations Prevention of Unfair Means Amendment Bill 2026, marking an end to days of disruptions over the issue. I want to go straight across to my colleague who's joining us. Yes, Rakshita is joining us live from Vijay Chowk. So Rakshita, 2 p.m. is a time when the discussion will begin on the anti-paper leak bill. So now the Lok Sabha has been adjourned till 2 p.m. Yes, Rakshita, over to you.
Well, yes, we see that it continues to be disrupted as the opposition continues to demand statement from the Home Minister, the issue of using pellet guns and also, of course, what happened otherwise also in the demonstrations is what is being now is now being asked about by the opposition, because we've seen that there has been a modus operandi of the opposition to continue to disrupt the parliament, to demand and then dodge and then disrupt. So this has been the 3D modus operandi, I would call it, of the opposition that is now at play once again on the day when there are 4 hours of debate that has been now slotted. When will that see light of the day is the big question, because that is the most important thing. It's a bill. That's what governments do, and that is what the parliament does, to create stricter measures, to take stricter measures. Now, if the statement, they can obviously demand a statement, but are they indicating that a stronger bill is what they do not require? The resignation has happened, arrests have been made, NEET has happened. Now they want a statement on the violence, which they can obviously ask for, but when 4 hours have been allotted by the Speaker, is that not important? Is that not the priority of the opposition? Is it not the concern of the opposition? After all, it pertains to the safety and security of the students' future. So that, of course, is what is being shown here. The opposition's agenda, I would say, is being unmasked because the business is not being allowed to happen, and the paralysis of the parliament, paralysis of the business still continues as we speak today. It's been a week now, more than a week now into this parliament session, in this monsoon session. Disruptions after disruptions, despite there have been agreement between both the blocks, the opposition and the ruling bloc, to now. We've seen that there has been, there's been agreement on that. But despite that, there is disruption, so that's a cause of worry.
Yes. Okay, Rakshita, I also want to tell our viewers a little bit more about this bill, because it has a lot of strict punishments, so stricter sentences for general offences. I have an entire list over here. Heavy penalties for service providers. Directors and management will be made personally liable. And there's so much in this bill. If you could just tell our viewers a little bit more about it, because even the people who are guilty, their assets will be confiscated. That is also part of this bill, Rakshita.
Absolutely. We've seen that this is an amendment. There were laws in place already. But now this is, in fact, very, very important that there are stricter measures, severe penalties that are in place. We've seen that even after the paper leak that happened, the NEET paper leak, the very, very unfortunate paper leak that happened. Now, it's important that there were steps to be taken. Arrests were made. There was a shake-up in the NTA also. A CBI probe was, in fact, right away ordered, and we see that the investigation is happening. And the re-NEET happened within a month. Within a month, re-NEET examination has happened, and it was successful. Now, the question we have been asking all throughout the session is that why does the opposition want this to be dragged? Now, we see how the pressure-building tactics, how the distractive and even destructive tactics were at play by the opposition and also elements outside called the CJP. Now, we have the government trying to allay fears, allay concerns, and also listen into the demands of the students, because students have been demanding stricter measures and reforms. And for that, discussion has to take place. And this is a discussion on the bill. So the reform will happen when there is a discussion, and then it could be passed. There will be a debate and they will be passed. But that the opposition has to allow. Now, as you were talking about this bill, yes, there are stricter penalties like jail term, if you talk about, and unfair practices. Now, this is a 2024 law that was enacted to curb paper leaks and unfair practices in different examinations, UPSC and SSC and the likes. And now, of course, it is important that when you tighten up the rules, when you amend the laws, it's understandable that one has to discuss and debate in both the houses, which is not happening now. In Lok Sabha, we were expecting that the young MPs will be speaking today. We're still hoping that after 2 p.m. when the House resumes, when the proceedings resume, there should be a debate. But opposition clearly is now hell-bent on a statement from the Home Minister on what happened. So clearly this sends out a wrong message as well to the students, that are they not concerned about the reform of the bill? Are they not concerned about stricter measures or stricter penalties for those who are involved in paper leaks? That's a moot question after all. What was the demands about? They were talking about students. So in the name of students, so much has happened in the country in the past few days. But we clearly see the agenda is being unmasked. It's quite visible what has happened in the proceedings of the House. there is disruption and the demands are made, that there's changing of goalposts that is happening, and the House is not being allowed to function smoothly as it has been the case for the past few days and even the previous sessions.
That's right, Rakshita. Well, thank you for getting us all those details, Rakshita. So we're looking forward to 2 p.m. when the House again starts discussion, and hopefully we will be getting a lot of updates for our viewers. And thank you for getting us all the reports from the ground. I really have to move ahead, viewers. Getting some more breaking news coming in. BJP MPs staged a protest outside the Parliament demanding the resignation of Punjab Education Minister Harjot Singh Bains over the alleged paper leak in the state. So big updates coming in, and we have seen that there are calls being made. I repeat, there are calls being made for the resignation of the Punjab Education Minister. So the BJP demanding the resignation. And this is coming in after the BJP has been demanding the resignation of Harjot Singh Bains. But the CM there, Bhagwant Mann, has denied any paper leak in his tenure. But the BJP, the NDA, really stepping up the pressure. So we are getting these pictures coming in on Republic TV. This is a big flashpoint there. And I want to go across to Chandrakala, who's joining us. Chandrakala, I'm coming across to you. We see that the NDA is demanding the resignation of the Punjab Education Minister. And they say that if we talk about accountability, everybody should be accountable, no matter which state, no matter which party.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, now we can see the visuals coming in outside the parliament, wherein the NDA MPs are now staging protests. Now they have hit out to the, as far as opposition is concerned. Now they are demanding a resignation from the Punjab CM over the 6 paper leaks issue. And of course, they are questioning the state's integrity over the examination. Now, the fact that we know that the opposition parties have been seeking response, have been seeking accountability as far as this anti-paper leak bill is concerned. Now, of course, the BJP MPs are now staging protests. They're also questioning about the paper leak issue in Punjab. They're also questioning the paper leak issue in Uttarakhand, for that matter, or in Bihar. So yes, each and every state are now accountable as far as paper leak is concerned, because there was this massive showdown that has happened in the national capital, the protest that has resulted into massive casualties. And now this, of course, we were expecting that there would be some kind of discussion on this entire paper leak issue, but yet now we can see that the BJP MPs have now hit out and they are demanding the resignation of Punjab's chief minister, for that matter, as far as the 6 paper leaks in Punjab is concerned, and they are questioning the integrity of the state as far as the examination process is concerned. So yes, a very, very important important day, in fact, because we were expecting that there was some kind of debate or discussions were expected today as far as this anti-paper leak issue is concerned. And now the House has been adjourned again. Both the Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha has been adjourned again till 2 p.m. And after that, let's see if there would be any discussion, because as we know that Lok Sabha has allotted 6 hours of time for this debate to happen. But the protest continues, and now BJP has hit out as far as paper leak in Punjab is concerned. They are demanding the resignation of Punjab CM.
That's right. Absolutely. The BJP and the NDA asking that when it comes to accountability, there should be no double standards. I'm taking a short break. Thank you, Chandrakala, for getting us all those details. A short break here. Pakistani army opens fire on peaceful protesters in Rawalakot. 19 people dead, 35 injured in POK. Stay tuned.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
पूरी रात से हम लोग लगे रहे, हमने पूरा जंतर मंतर का पूरा जितना गार्बेज था बाकी सब थी धुलाई थी, पूरे काम में थोड़ा समय और लगे। कुछ फुटपाथ हैं जहाँ के डैमेजेस हैं, कुछ पोल्स हैं जो डैमेजेस हैं, सेंट्रल वर्जिस हैं जो कुछ डैमेजेस हैं। स्टूडेंट के साथ साथ ऐसे लोग भी थे जो ढंग मचाने आए थे, अच्छे से किया गया।
इसलिए वोट करना पड़ जाएगा आपको। तीन भाई साहब ने चैनल नहीं है, एजेंसी है भाई साहब।
हल्के हल्के पब्लिक ने जब जाना शुरू किया तो रात से ही हमारी पूरी एनडीएमसी की टीम, जिसमें मैं स्वयं पूरी रात से हम लोग लगे रहे। हमने पूरा जंतर मंतर का कूड़ा जितना गार्बेज था बाकी सब थी, धुलाई थी, इसकी वॉल पेंटिंग थी, इसके कहीं पर ऐसे होर्डिंग्स और बैनर्स थे, उन सबको बड़े क्लीन से हमने साफ किया। हमारी पूरी टीम जिसकी पूरी मशीनरी, मैकेनाइज्ड स्वीपिंग मशीन हो, जेट वॉशिंग हो, हमारे लोडर्स हो, क्रेन्स हो, हमारी स्वीपिंग मैनुअल स्वीपिंग हो, हमारे सफाई जो साथी हैं वो चीफ इंजीनियर हैं, हमारे सेक्रेटरी हैं, पूरी टीम हम कल रात से ही, हम जब रात भर काम करते हैं तो पूरी टीम एक विश्वास के साथ काम करती है कि माने प्रधानमंत्री जी का जो विकसित भारत की विकसित दिल्ली और विकसित नई दिल्ली, और जिस तरह हमें गर्व होता है कि नई दिल्ली क्षेत्र देश का सबसे स्वच्छ, सबसे सुंदर और सबसे हरित क्षेत्र है, तो उसी को ध्यान में रखते हुए वापस हम इन सब चीजों को रिस्टोर कर रहे हैं। हमारा जो विश्वास है कि इस पूरे काम में थोड़ा समय और लगेगा। कुछ फुटपाथ्स हैं जहाँ के डैमेजेस हैं, कुछ पोल्स हैं वो डैमेजेस हैं, सेंट्रल वर्जिस हैं जो कुछ डैमेजेस हैं, क्योंकि उर्दंगी भी बहुत थे। स्टूडेंट के साथ साथ ऐसे लोग भी थे जो उर्दन मचाने आए थे, जिसको बहुत अच्छे से कंट्रोल किया गया। हमारे डिपार्टमेंट है, हेल्थ डिपार्टमेंट है, सैनिटेशन डिपार्टमेंट है, स्वच्छता करता है। हमारे जो डिपार्टमेंट है, वर्क्स डिपार्टमेंट है, रोड डिपार्टमेंट, आप देखते होंगे वॉल की पेंटिंग्स हो रही हैं, आप देखते होंगे रोड की रिपेयरिंग हो रही है, आप देखते होंगे कहीं बैरिकेड है वो हटाए जा रहे हैं। तो मल्टीपल हमारे डिपार्टमेंट एनडीएमसी के अंडर उसी एक काम से लगे हुए हैं कि शहर में सभी ट्रैफिक, और आपने कल देखा होगा कि रात को सारे ट्रैफिक खुल गए थे। दिल्ली पुलिस ने भी बड़ी मुस्तैदी से काम करते हुए, तमाम आला ऑफिसर उनके भी सड़कों पे थे, सुविधा जनता के लिए हो।
विश्व प्रसिद्ध टेक्नोलॉजी एक्सपर्ट श्रीमान नंदन नीलेकनी जी के नेतृत्व में एक हाई पावर टास्क फोर्स बनाने का निर्णय किया है। फ्रेंड्स, विद्यार्थियों के भविष्य के लिए भारत सरकार लगातार अनेकविध कदम उठा रही है।
And we were taking a short break. In fact, let's move ahead. We are getting top updates coming in. Bharat in 1 minute. Let's get started. A massive fire engulfed the second and third floor of the Paris tent house, and suppliers on Ukri Road. 5 to 6 fire tenders were present at the scene. Indian Army distributes freshly prepared meals to stranded truck drivers and other affected travellers during its night domination operation along the Jammu-Srinagar National Highway. Special Operation Group of Jammu and Kashmir Police, in coordination with multiple security agencies, conducted a joint mock exercise near a designated pilgrimage shelter along National Highway 44 in Udhampur. The tactical exercise brought together teams from the Indian Army, Indo-Tibetan Border Police, Central Industrial Security Force, State Disaster Response Force and Bomb Disposal Squads and other agencies to evaluate emergency response protocols. But coming up, viewers, we will be right back. For the first time, the newly formed Nationalist Citizens Party of India takes part in the NDA Mangal Milan. Stay tuned.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
I wake up wearing someone else again. Skin tight like porcelain. I don't recognize these eyes. Something scratching from inside. Don't let it slip. I'm losing control. I don't wanna be safe anymore. Underneath there's a fire they can't keep. No more faces.
Finding myself. That's my moment of Sarah.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
विश्व प्रसिद्ध टेक्नोलॉजी एक्सपर्ट श्रीमान नंदन नीलेकनी जी के नेतृत्व में एक हाई पावर टास्क फोर्स बनाने का निर्णय किया है। फ्रेंड्स, विद्यार्थियों के भविष्य के लिए भारत सरकार लगातार अनेकविध कदम उठा रही है। जिन लोगों ने विद्यार्थियों के भविष्य के साथ खिलवाड़ किया, वे जेलों में सड़ रहे हैं। हमने फास्ट ट्रैक कोर्ट बना चुके हैं। हम कल पार्लियामेंट के अंदर भी कठोर कानूनों के प्रावधान के साथ नया कानून बनाने की दिशा में भी आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। लेकिन हमें भविष्य के लिए सोचना है। हमारी परीक्षा पद्धति विश्वस्त हो, हमारी परीक्षा पद्धति ट्रांसपेरेंट हो, हमारी परीक्षा पद्धति में सबसे ज्यादा टेक्नोलॉजी का उपयोग हो। इन सारी बातों को ध्यान में रखते हुए विश्व प्रसिद्ध
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
चलिए, सदन की कार्रवाई आज 2 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है।
And adjourned again. Both houses of parliament were adjourned for a 7th straight day as opposition creates ruckus. For the first time, the newly formed Nationalist Citizens Party of India to take part in the NDA Mangal Milan. And for the first time, the newly formed NCPI, that is the Nationalist Citizens Party of India, takes part in the NDA Mangal Milan. Pakistani army opens fire on peaceful protesters in Rawalakot. 19 dead, 35 injured in POK. Iran war spills over to Caspian Sea. Iran claims Ukraine struck Iranian cargo vessel at Caspian Sea. Israeli PM Benjamin Netanyahu departs for Washington in a first face-to-face talks with Trump since the start of Iran war. All right, viewers, let's begin with the first top story that we are tracking. This is from Meta, who earlier had blocked Prime Minister Narendra Modi's post, and now they've released a statement admitting the error. Meta releases a statement on blocking Prime Minister Narendra Modi's video on Facebook, and then the statement reads, and I quote, "The content was removed in error and has since been restored." This was from a Meta spokesperson, so they have admitted the mistake. And also, it was a very big mistake because they blocked the post of the Prime Minister of India. And however, they rectified the error, and they rectified the error. Earlier, the post showed that it was removed because of a legal request, but now the statement that has been released by Meta varies from what was written on the post. That is, the way the post was removed, that it cited legal request, and now the statement that comes from Meta says that Meta has restored, and the content was removed in error and has since been restored. All right, Ishita is live with us from the newsroom with all the latest updates on the story, because Ishita, it needs to be highlighted that Meta has admitted the mistake, that it was an error as per their statement. However, earlier the post read that it has been removed due to a legal request. Over to you, Ishita.
Right, so according to our sources, we now understand that Meta has apologized over the removal of Prime Minister Modi's post on Facebook. Now, as you mentioned, that there was a brief pop-up that came in on that post saying that it has been restricted in India due to a legal request, and post that the post was in fact restored, and now we're looking at a statement coming in from Meta's spokesperson as well, who's admitted that there was an error, a technical glitch which led to the removal of Prime Minister Modi's post. But sources are telling us that Meta has apologized over the removal of the post, and the Ministry of Electronics and IT is taking this incident very seriously. They're trying to probe what exactly led to the removal, what were the circumstances under which the post was briefly removed. And not just that, they've also gone a step ahead, and we understand that Meta's global head and Instagram head as well have now been summoned by the ministry. So that's the kind of step that we're now looking at being taken by the government of India, who's taking this incident very seriously, as it was Prime Minister Modi's post regarding the CJP violence. I remember we had flagged this as well, that Prime Minister Modi has been putting out a series of videos to reach out to Gen Z students, and this was in fact the first video of the series that Prime Minister had put out on his Facebook account. And this very post was removed during the CJP violence, and now it has been flagged by the ministry as well. And now, based on that, several steps also being taken, as Meta has come out with an apology, according to our sources, and is trying to look into the circumstances as well which led to the removal. And remember, in fact, in a separate incident, we have seen that when we have been flagging actual posts which which violate the CSEM content, they have not been removed from Meta's platforms, but a post like this was removed briefly by Meta, in fact. So that's being taken into account by the government very seriously, and we understand that several officials will also be summoned over the same.
Yeah, and Meta cannot get away so easily with just an apology. It also highlights, Ishita, the kind of ecosystem that is at play when such requests are made or when such posts are removed. You very well highlighted the fact when we requested, the post was not removed, and now they restricted it, and they recognize the fact that they have blocked the post of the Prime Minister of India, and definitely they fear action, and action should happen against Meta in such cases. But thanks a lot for all the updates. Keep tracking tracking of all the developments. We'll come back to you as more details emerge in this case. So that was Meta admitting to error over removal of the post of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. All right, viewers, let's go across to another big breaking news development that we are tracking. This is from the violence which happened in the Jantar Mantar protest. The violence that happened in the Jantar Mantar protest, and many police personnel, RF personnel were injured, brutally beaten, lynched almost in those protests. And now a petition has been filed in the Supreme Court regarding the violence against the police officers. Now these are the family members of the police officers who were brutally assaulted or lynched by the mob, the violent mob, the protesters which were there. Now the families of ACP Kailash Singh Bisht, ASI Sandeep, Constable Dheeraj and ASI Hemendra Rathi, who were injured in the line of duty, have filed a petition in the Supreme Court. The petition demands that police officers also should receive equal protection of the right to life. I repeat, the right to life and personal liberty. Now, they say that directions should be issued to hold accountable those who incited or provoked violence against the police, and clear guidelines should be established for the safety of male and female police officers. Female police officers, I repeat, because female police officers were also not spared. Even the windows of the cars, the windshields of the cars in which female police officers were sitting, they were also smashed. On-duty police officers were attacked. The petitioners state that police officers often face violence while maintaining law and order. Therefore, clear guidelines from the Supreme Court are essential to protect their safety and rights. Sarthak continues to track all the developments when it comes from the court. Sarthak, this is significant, this is important and needs to be highlighted and reported, because the way the policemen were assaulted brutally, they were lynched, they were attacked, and while the police showed restraint, they were brutally beaten, kicked, punched, and now the families are demanding justice for their loved ones because they are asking for right to life, for liberty, and action against the accused. Over to you for all the latest updates.
Absolutely, Shubham. There was a massive violence against the police personnel who were just performing their duties at the time of the protest. And on that particular ground, a petition has been filed in the Supreme Court by the families of the police personnel who were injured while they were performing their law and order duties, where they're seeking a stronger legal safeguard for police officers, which is unprecedented. The families of ACP Kailash Singh Bisht, ASI Sandeep, Constable Dheeraj, and ASI Hemendra Rathi have filed this petition in the Supreme Court, where they're demanding recognition that police personnel are equally entitled to the protection of right to life under Article 21 of the Constitution. And they want Supreme Court to pass on directions to identify and hold accountable those who sort of incite or provoke any sort of violence against police personnel, because this is something that we have witnessed during the protest, during the syndicate protest as well. And it is important, what they're demanding is the framing of uniform guidelines to ensure that safety and security of both male and female police officers while they are on duty. And to take measures and to prevent attacks of police during their law and order situations there, because they are just performing their duty. And because this is something, the ground that has been taken in the petition, that police personnel frequently face violence while they are trying to control the protest or the riots and perform other law and order duties and take care of those kind of situations. And existing legal protections are inadequate. They are insufficient to safeguard officers who are just performing their duties, who are just discharging their official duties. So what they're demanding from the Supreme Court to intervene and make necessary guidelines and to formulate guidelines to lay down uniform safety protocols across the country for police personnel. This is a big breaking news that the families of these police personnel have filed a petition, and they are trying to invoke Article 21, and they are arguing that constitutional guarantee that has been a constitutional right that has been guaranteed under Article 21 of life and personal liberty. It not only extends to regular people, but also to the armed forces, including the police officers. Shivam.
Yeah, definitely. The kind of violence that happened. And what exactly are the demands and what will be happening in the near future? Because this is the petition by the family members of those who were injured. How many of them and what action can we expect in this case? Because on the opposite sides, we have the opposition parties who were alleging police brutality when the reality is what we showed continuously on Republic, on the kind of brutality which happened against the police officers while they appealed for peace. They maintained restraint, and even then they were brutally attacked.
Well, absolutely, Shivam. Police officers who were just discharging their duty, ensuring that they're trying to control the violence. On the other hand, they were on the receiving end of that violence. The kind of brutality that was witnessed during this protest by the police officers, they were inflicted with a lot of damage. They were injured. More than 100 police officers were injured during this protest. They were trying to discharge their official duty and they were trying to control the violence as much as possible. And after this, however, what we see is that no action has been taken against those people so far who inflicted that sort of violence over the police officers, however, and no protection has been given to police officers against such violence while they're discharging their duties. And what the families of these officers and of these police personnel are demanding, that police officers should also be included under Article 21 of right to life and personal liberty while they're discharging their duty. They cannot be stripped away from their right to life and personal liberty that has been guaranteed under Article 21. And they want the Supreme Court to pass on directions and identify and hold accountable those who incite or provoke violence against police officers, saying that we can do that, we are protesting and police officers are going against us. However, police officers were just trying to discharge their duties. So that is something that the families of the police personnel are demanding, to include police officers and armed forces under Article 21, and their rights should also be protected by the Supreme Court. Shivam.
All right, thanks a lot, Sarthak, for all the updates. Keep tracking all the developments. We'll come back to you as more details emerge. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story that we are tracking. This is from POK, that is Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Now, there has been an update. The number of dead has increased. A total of 20 people have now been killed by the brutal Pakistan army, which opened indiscriminate fire on unarmed protesters in Rawalakot. 20 more are reportedly in critical condition, ladies and gentlemen, while over 170 people are also injured. Meanwhile, the JAAC's long march will resume this afternoon at around 12:30 p.m. From D-Chowk to Rawalakot. And this is the long march to Muzaffarabad that was called, and it was under a unified call of all the groups in POK, a unified call and a successful protest which was happening. All right, Gursimran is live with us with all the latest updates in the story. Gursimran, it's very sad to know because firstly, it's part of India. POK is part of India, and these are our people who are getting killed in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, and it highlights the kind of brutality. We are getting to know they are being shot at. They are taking cover at the rooftops of civilian homes, and even reports of shelling. So this is bizarre, because a Pakistan army and the Pakistan government needs to realize the fact that they have lost control over the citizens and the territory, that is the POK, and they are adamant on the brutality that is continuing since a very long time. And a salute to the brave protesters of the POK. Over to you for all the latest, Gursimran.
If we speak of what has unfolded in last 17 hours, it is clearly evident that the Pakistan is trying to use Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir as colony, and they have no care for the people of POJK. There have been 20 fatal casualties and over 170 have been injured in the Pakistani firing of the Rangers that has taken place since 6:30 last evening. It was that time when, after the elections ended and the people of POJK under the banner of the Joint Awami Action Committee, they started their protest. The protest was started from the outskirts of the Rawalakot Court, that is the Eidgah sit-in dharna that was going on for last 40 days. And from there, they tried to enter the Rawalakot city, and when they reached the entrance point, they were fired upon from the civilian houses. Pakistani Rangers have occupied the civilian buildings, and from there they are firing at the protesters that are carrying out a peace march, a long march towards Muzaffarabad. 20 casualties have been reported as per the latest update that we have got, and 12:30 Indian Standard Time is the time when they have decided to gather once again at D Chowk, and from the D Chowk they will be entering the main city of Rawalakot. That is their one of the key agendas of today. But the security forces, they are continuously beefing up their deployment. We are told that the additional forces have also been called in. This time it is going to be a foot march. Reason being that all the vehicles that the protesters were carrying along with them, they were traveling in, have been vandalized by the security forces in the firing and the arson that they have carried out. So now they are left with no other option but a foot march. So it will take, we are told, that 3 to 4 days for them, that if everything goes smooth, to reach Muzaffarabad. But what the situation seems for now, that the Pakistani forces under the command of General Asim Munir, they are going to obstruct in every possible way. But the protesters have made it amply clear that this time it is for their future generations, it is for their democratic rights. So they are not going to budge, and they are going to continue their protest and long march towards Muzaffarabad.
All right, Goswami, thanks a lot for all the updates. Keep tracking all the developments. We'll come back to you as more details emerge. But the number of dead has risen sadly in POK. Now, let's move on to another top story that we are tracking. This is from Assam and the deadly deluge, the Assam monsoon fury. In Assam is now suffering from a disastrous surge of intense flooding, resulting in an unparalleled path of destruction throughout the state. As numerous districts face significant flooding, the death count has sadly risen to 68, and more than 5,24,000 individuals continue to be impacted. The abrupt, frightening increase was caused by extraordinary intense rainfall in the nearby hill state of Nagaland. The heavy rainfall led to large tributaries of the Brahmaputra quickly surpassing their danger levels and entirely inundating numerous villages within just a few hours. Now, Assam confronts a significant challenge to reconstruct, with more than 48,000 hectares of essential farmland submerged and key infrastructure entirely destroyed. Watch this report.
Dear viewers and anyone who's watching this, Assam is seeing the worst flood disaster in years, in decades. Places like Saraidew, which is home to a World Heritage Site, is reeling underwater. Sivsagar, which has never witnessed these kind of floods, is today totally submerged.
We are in Sivsagar district of Assam, where flood has caused a massive devastation. Such flood was never witnessed in this particular area for the last more than 70 years. And this flood has been dubbed, in fact, one of the most deadly flood that the state has ever witnessed in recent time. More than 60 lives have been lost in this massive flood. The reason behind this flood has been, elaborately being discussed, but many people have different opinion when it comes to the reason behind this flood that has taken place in Sivsagar and Saraidew district. IMD has not officially acknowledged any cloud burst in the foothills of Nagaland, though initially it was being said that might be cloud burst could be one of the reason behind this flood.
Completely submerged in the floodwaters, and you can also see a school which is partially submerged as a result of this devastating flood that has taken 66 lives in southern Assam. In Sivsagar and Saraidew district alone, the death toll is quite high. It is close to 30 to the two districts of Saraidew and Sivsagar alone, and across 12 districts, a health hazard can be seen in this area, as the living condition is not very healthy. Many many people are still missing. Many people are still on the road, as we have already seen. But here I am bringing you to see the houses they have left behind. Their entire savings were spent in these houses to build brick by brick their dream house, but the unforgiving flood waters have destroyed everything that they had in just 15 minutes. It took only 15 minutes for the floodwaters to inundate this entire area.
The impact on the people is massive. Many areas were inaccessible even for the Indian Army and the NDRF till this weekend. But the fact is, millions are suffering. The death toll is rising, most unfortunately. But there are people who are not making a comment on this. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not a political matter. But I'm raising this tonight because I've got reports from all our reporters on the ground covering the floods. The visuals are disturbing. The situation is disturbing. The stories are heartrending. Assam needs your support. Assam, the people of Assam, need your support. The state government is doing an absolute best. The security forces, the paramilitary are out there on the ground. Let's stand with Assam. And I'm not saying this just because I am from Assam. I'm saying this because this is a matter that we cannot look away from. We need to step forward for our own people. And therefore, I want to say that we are going to carry out a campaign here on Republic, a campaign to contribute in any way that you can to the Chief Minister's Relief Fund. We will be putting out details and sharing it on the screen. Ladies and gentlemen, flood relief is the immediate response, but rehabilitation is the challenging task ahead. We have to all come together to help the flood-affected people in Assam, who've really been troubled, who've really been ravaged because of this complete calamity. This is a devastating time for the people of Assam. I request all of you to contribute, and Republic Media Network also will, in nation building. After all, as I say this and I make this personal appeal on behalf of our network and myself for the people of Assam, nation first, humanity first, please stand with the people of Assam. Let them know that you are with them. This will give them strength. So your messages matter, your contributions matter. Let's do our very best in this difficult time for the beautiful state of Assam.
All right, it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. Coming up next, for the first time, the newly formed Nationalist Citizens Party of India takes part in the NDA's Mangal Milan meet.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट
पूरी रात से हम लोग लगे रहे हमने पूरा जंतर मंतर का पूरा जितना गार्बेज था बाकी सब चीज लाइन पूरे काम में थोड़ा समय और लगे कुछ फुटपाथ हैं जहाँ के डैमेजेस हैं कुछ पोल्स हैं जो डैमेजेस हैं सेंट्रल वर्जिस हैं जो कुछ डैमेजेस हैं स्टूडेंट के साथ साथ ऐसे लोग भी थे जो धन मचाने आए थे अच्छे से किया गया
इसलिए वोट करना पड़ जाएगा आपको। भाई साहब ने जनरल नहीं
हल्के हल्के पब्लिक ने जब जाना शुरू किया तो रात से ही हमारी पूरी एनडीएमसी की टीम, जिसमें मैं स्वयं, पूरी रात से हम लोग लगे रहे। हमने पूरा जंतर मंतर का कूड़ा, जितना गार्बेज था, बाकी सब थी, धुलाई थी, इसकी वॉल पेंटिंग थी, इसके कहीं पर ऐसे होर्डिंग्स और बैनर्स थे, उन सबको बड़े क्लीन से हमने साफ किया। हमारी पूरी टीम, जिसकी पूरी मशीनरी, मैकेनाइज स्वीपिंग मशीन हो, जेट वॉशिंग हो, हमारे लोडर्स हो, क्रेन्स हो, हमारी स्वीपिंग, मैनुअल स्वीपिंग हो, हमारे सफाई जो साथी हैं, वो चीफ इंजीनियर हैं, हमारे सेक्रेटरी हैं, पूरी टीम हम कल रात से ही, हम जब रात भर काम करते हैं तो पूरी टीम एक विश्वास के साथ काम करती है कि माने प्रधानमंत्री जी का जो विकसित भारत की विकसित दिल्ली और विकसित नई दिल्ली, और जिस तरह हमें गर्व होता है कि नई दिल्ली क्षेत्र देश का सबसे स्वच्छ, सबसे सुंदर और सबसे हरित क्षेत्र है, तो उसी को ध्यान में रखते हुए वापस हम इन सब चीजों को रिस्टोर कर रहे हैं। हमारा जो विश्वास है कि इस पूरे काम में थोड़ा समय और लगेगा। कुछ फुटपाथ्स हैं जहाँ के डैमेजेस हैं, कुछ पोल्स हैं वो डैमेजेस हैं, सेंट्रल वर्जेस हैं जो कुछ डैमेजेस हैं।
Pakistani army opens fire on peaceful protesters in Rawalakot. 20 dead, 20 in critical condition in POK. Coming up next.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
विश्व प्रसिद्ध टेक्नोलॉजी एक्सपर्ट श्रीमान नंदन नीलेकनी जी के नेतृत्व में एक हाई पावर टास्क फोर्स बनाने का निर्णय किया है। फ्रेंड्स, विद्यार्थियों के भविष्य के लिए भारत सरकार लगातार अनेकविध कदम उठा रही है। जिन लोगों ने विद्यार्थियों के भविष्य के साथ खिलवाड़ किया वे जेलों में सड़ रहे हैं। हमने फास्ट ट्रैक कोर्ट बना चुके हैं। हम कल पार्लियामेंट के अंदर भी कठोर कानूनों के प्रावधान के साथ नया कानून बनाने की दिशा में भी आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। लेकिन हमें भविष्य के लिए सोचना है। हमारी परीक्षा पद्धति विश्वस्त हो, हमारी परीक्षा पद्धति ट्रांसपेरेंट हो, हमारी परीक्षा पद्धति में सबसे ज्यादा टेक्नोलॉजी का उपयोग हो। इन सारी
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
You're watching Live Report on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra, the agenda setting show. Now, in the next 30 minutes, we'll tell you what is now folding in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, how Asim Muni's forces are using a brute force on unarmed civilians who continue to protest for their rights. We have about a dozen videos exposing the reality of the Pakistani forces. All that and more lined up ahead, but first up, a quick check at the top headlines. Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can. Both houses of parliament adjourned for the 7th straight day as the opposition continues to rake demand for discussion on police brutality. For the first time, the newly formed Nationalist Citizen Party of India take part in the NDA Mangal Milan. Pakistani army opens fire on peaceful protesters in Rawalakot. 20 killed, 35 injured in POK. Iran war spills over to Caspian Sea. Iran claims Ukraine struck Iranian cargo vessel at the Caspian Sea. Meta releases a statement on blocking Prime Minister Modi's video on Facebook, saying the content was removed in error and has now been restored. All right, viewers, we have breaking news coming in at this hour. According to our sources, now the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology has summoned the global head of Meta, Facebook and Instagram, as well as the global head of public policy of Meta. Now, they have been summoned over the removal of Prime Minister Modi's post from Facebook, is what we understand. Sources are telling us that right after an apology came in from Meta over the removal of Prime Minister Modi's post from Facebook, now the heads of the public policy of Meta and Instagram as well have now been summoned by the ministry. In fact, this incident has been taken very seriously, and the circumstances which led to the removal of Prime Minister Modi's post is also being examined by government officials at the moment. All right, my colleague Abhishek Kapoor also joins us with more details on this. Abhishek, we understand that the Ministry of Electronics and IT is taking this incident very seriously. They're trying to investigate as to what led to the removal of Prime Minister Modi's post, and several officials have also been summoned over the same.
Well, yes, so while there is an explanation from Meta that this was a technical glitch, but it cannot be, and that's why the government is taking it up strongly. Meta has already been asked to give a detailed reply, and in fact, their top officials are going to be have been summoned, in fact, and they are going to be asked to be present in person for the explanation. Now, remember, this is clearly a case of algorithmic play. And coming as it does in the backdrop of the developments of last 1 week, where we have seen clear linkages of the protests with some foreign elements, foreign activists and foreign ideologies. And in that backdrop, again, remember, Meta is not guilty of this kind of, mischief for the first time. Number of times earlier in India and outside also, they have been found to be interfering with the social events in a manner that amounts to intervention by a foreign hand. And so this cannot be taken lightly. And the fact that they could do this, they could let their algorithm play around with Prime Minister's post is clearly indicative of the fact that this is by design and not default, as Meta is trying to project. And that's why not only an explanation has been sought, despite the fact that they have done a corrective measure and the post was restored, they have been asked to be present in person and to explain how the algorithm played around with Prime Minister's post. Remember, as I was saying, Ishita, the fact that there have been foreigners present on the ground during the protests, we have seen the Greta Thunberg story panning out last evening, was a prime time debate. And the fact that the likes of Jeremy Corbyn, John Cusack jumped in, the fact that we have seen earlier linkages through the left liberal ecosystem with the Chinese embassy, and the fact that Americans were present at the protest site, and the fact that BitChat was used, which is again an American platform. So all those things really taken together indicate to an attempt to incite trouble in the country, irrespective of whether this was done jointly by these forces coming together or whether this was disjointed, and that independently of each other, these people were using this opportunity to fish in troubled waters, as it is said. It needs to be looked into in detail. Remember, proceedings are going on in the topmost court of the country with both the sides arguing their case. There are petitions for and against the violence that took place. There is one set of petitions which is about the police violence on the protesters, and there is another batch of petitions which is about the manner in which anti-socials, anti-nationals infiltrated the protests, some of which perhaps were genuine, but then they took law in their hands and created a law and order situation on the ground, holding central Delhi to ransom at a crucial time when the parliament of the country is in session. So I think these things taken together makes one believe that there is more than meets the eye. The government also believes so, and that's why Meta officials have been summoned to be present in person and explain this algorithmic play which played around with Prime Minister Modi's post.
Right. In fact, Abhishek, Republic also has been flagging this foreign toolkit which has been at the work since the protest began in India. And of course, this also adds to those concerns. Thanks so much for joining us. And now, viewers, let's shift our focus to what exactly is unfolding in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Now, in fresh wave of violence, several have been injured in fresh firing by the Pakistani forces in Rawalakot. We're trying to get you the visuals as well of how these Pakistani forces have been resorting to indiscriminate open fire on these unarmed civilian protesters, and the death toll in fact has now topped over 20 in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir as they continue their long march to ask for their rights. And we are now getting in fact fresh visuals from Rawalakot where situation on the ground seems to be escalating, and fresh wave of attacks by Pakistani forces have now been reported across Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Several in fact have been injured in this fresh wave of violence as well, is what we understand. So those are the visuals viewers we're getting right now from Rawalakot, exposing the reality of what is unfolding right now in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. You can see several who have been injured in this firing have now been taken for medical treatment through ambulances. They're being in fact taken to hospital at the moment, as these visuals also show that Pakistani forces, Asim Munir's forces, continue to use brute force against these unarmed protesters, these civilians who are just protesting for their basic rights. And now this is how the situation, viewers, is escalating in Rawalakot, where several have now been injured in the latest firing. In fact, my colleague Gursimran, who's been very closely tracking all that's unfolding in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, also joins me with more details. Gursimran, as this long march by these protesters continues, we're looking at an escalation now being witnessed. The death toll has now increased to over 20, and several have also been injured in this latest firing incident.
Yes, if we speak of this recent incident that has been reported a couple of minutes ago, it was when the protesters were trying to head towards the D-Chowk. The Pakistani security forces opened fire at them, in which many of them have been injured. We are told that at least for now, none of them is severely injured or is critical, but there have been bullet injuries that many of them have received. So ambulances can be seen taking them to the nearby medical facility. Now coming to the state of affairs in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, 20 casualties, fatal casualties have been reported. Over 170 have been injured in the Pakistani firing that has taken place in last 15 hours, and the situation is heading towards more volatile, for the reason being that the protesters have now decided that they are going to go ahead with their Muzaffarabad long march. Today at 12:30 Indian Standard Time is the time when they have decided that they will be gathering at the D-Chowk, but prevailing to the situation, it might get delayed. And one more thing, that this time the long march is not going to be on the vehicles, because all their vehicles have been vandalized or fired upon. So they have to march on the foot towards Muzaffarabad. That might take 4 to 5 days for them. But one thing is that is their decision that they will move forward. And also they have said that this government has to pay for the brutal killings that they have done. More than 53 people have lost their life in last 60 days of this ongoing agitation that is going on. And the people, they are now committed that they will get back their rights, the democratic rights as well as their basic human rights that they are demanding from the government, that they should be given the due respect when it comes to their lives.
Right, in fact, Goswami, do continue to stay with me as we continue to expose and show our audience the truth of what is right now unfolding in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Now, viewers, about 20 people have been killed while 20 others are in critical condition. This comes in as Pak Army opens fire on these peaceful, unarmed protesters in Rawalakot in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Meanwhile, over 70, we understand, have now been injured in total. And however, despite the oppressive tactics being deployed by Asim Munir's army, the JAAC has announced that they will resume the long march today, in fact, and this comes in as more visuals are now coming in showing what is exactly unfolding on the ground. Let's take you one by one through the videos that we're getting, showing you the reality on the ground. Now, this is the first visual coming to light from Rawalakot, where you can see thick plumes of smoke rising from different angles, and this comes in as the protest continues in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, and so does the shelling by Pak forces as well. In fact, you can see that how several shellings can also be heard in the background. This comes in as explosions are also being reported across Rawalakot, and the Pakistani army continues to use brute force against these civilians. All right, viewers, now let's move on to other visuals as well, which continue to expose the reality of how Pakistani forces, they are positioned on a rooftop during the firing. They continue to open fire on these unarmed civilians. You can see in the visuals how they are open firing from terrace top and even pointed at those attempting to capture the crackdown. So you can see how they are stationed on several terraces, and they're trying to use this space, this advantage to fire on these unarmed civilians. And now viewers, move on to other visuals as well, showing you the clashes which are taking place in Rawalakot, where protesters have gathered in huge numbers to protest the indiscriminate firing by Pak forces. Anger is in fact rising. It continues to grow on the ground. This is over the reported killings which have taken place. As you can see, there's a pent-up anger which is now leading to more and more people coming out in protest of Islamabad on the ground. Not just showing you what Pakistani army has been doing, but also showing you the other side where solidarity seems to be increasing among civilians. They have been gathering in huge numbers to protest. You can also hear in these visuals, in fact, we'll try and hear as well the kind of shelling, the kind of firing that is taking place across POK. All right, this is another visual of viewers which has in fact come to light, showing you the smoke rising from different angles in Rawalakot, again hinting at the shelling which has been taking place. You can also see the shell which just fell on that civilian area. So there have been attacks taking place on civilian areas as well by Pakistani forces.
Long march shahar ne atraf vich pahuncha.
And now viewers, in this visual you can also see that how as soon as these protesters, they start their long march to Muzaffarabad, these Pak forces open fire, triggering a panic among citizens. And you can see the several areas that we have highlighted from where the smoke seems to be rising. These are the areas that have been targeted, the civilian areas targeted by Pakistani forces. Continuous shelling, continuous open firing being witnessed.
अल्लाह पाक सारे कश्मीर ने हिफाजत करा है तो तुसन ही दुआई नहीं सांस जरूरत थी अल्लाह पाक से अच्छी लॉन्ग मार्च शहर ने अतराफ विच पहुंचा तो ए देखा शेलिंग द फायरिंग शुरू अल्लाह पाक सारे कश्मीर ने हिफाजत करा है तो तुसन ही दुआई नहीं सांस जरूरत थी अल्लाह पाक से अच्छी लॉन्ग मार्च शहर ने अतराफ विच पहुंचा तो ए देखा शेलिंग.
All right, viewers, also taking you through other visuals is showing you that how ambulances also continue to take the injured following the shelling by Pak forces. These are protesters. in fact, claimed that the shelling has killed around 20 people and many others have also been wounded, with some also saying that multiple victims suffered severe gunshot wounds as well. Now you can see in the videos the kind of condition, the kind of panic which has basically gripped this entire area, as there has been continuous shelling by Pak forces. Several injured have also been taken to hospital, as you can see on your screen. All right, now another visual, viewers, again exposing the reality of what is unfolding. Continuous shelling and heavy use of force by the Pakistani army has now turned POK into a conflict zone, completely conflict zone. You can see the sirens are dominating the streets, with people also describing that the situation has essentially turned volatile on the ground. And now, viewers, in these visuals that we're flashing on your screen, you can also see tear gas shells being used against these unarmed protesters. Large crowds can be seen gathering. They're trying to move to safety, while ambulances are also struggling to make their way through. This comes in as huge number of people have been gathering on the side to protest against Islamabad. But despite that, the crackdown on these unarmed civilians has been continuing from the other side as well.
लोगों के पास किसी किस्म का हथियार नहीं है, पुरअमन वे पे आगे बढ़ रहे हैं और जो है ना नारे मारते हुए आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। लेकिन जो है ना जैसे कि पाकिस्तानी रेंजर जो है ना आंसू गैस और स्ट्रेट फायर जो है ना लोगों पे किए जा रहे हैं। ये देखिए पुरअमन अंदाज में लोग आगे बढ़ रहे हैं।
And now, this is another visual which has come to light, showing you how, in fact, Rawala court is now witnessing rows and rows of bodies are lined up, and this is the devastating scene which has come to light. These are the people who have lost their lives due to indiscriminate firing by Pakistani forces. You can see rows and rows of people who have been killed by the Pakistani army in POK lined up, and this clearly shows you the extent of what is unfolding right now in Pakistan occupied Kashmir. Another visual coming to light, also showing how ambulances have been rushing through packed streets as the people on the street carry the deceased and the wounded by themselves. Protesters have claimed that there are, in fact, very few vehicles and medical resources available for them to respond to the growing number of killings which are taking place. So essentially there's a dearth, there's a lack of medical facilities with them, but the death toll continues to rise.
पाकिस्तानी फोर्सेस ने स्टेट फायर फोर्सेस की फायरिंग से जो है ना इस वक्त बेशुमार नौजवान शहीद और जख्मी हो चुके हैं और फायर मारे जा रहे हैं नौजवानों को। पाकिस्तानी फोर्सेस ने स्टेट फायर फोर्सेस की फायरिंग से जो है ना
In fact, viewers, in this screen, you can see that there several have been injured, and these are critical wounds. Some have been hit on their head, while some others on their shoulders, on their hand, and these are shells being used, gunshot wounds, in fact, which are suffered by these civilian protesters in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Again, showing you the kind of treatment which is meted out to these protesters in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir by Pakistani army.
ये एक और भाई है हमारे जिनको गोली लगी है, जख्मी है भाई। ये देखें जी हमारे बेशुमार भाई जख्मी हैं, ये भाई को गोली लगी है।
And now, viewers, this is another visual showing you that how ambulances, there's a lack of medical facilities available with them, but still they continue to try and, take these injured people to medical centers which have been set up. These are makeshift medical centers which have also been set up to cater to those who have been injured in this indiscriminate firing by Pak forces. All right, my colleague Gursimran continues to stay with me on this as well. Gursimran, on one side, we are witnessing that this crackdown, this use of brute force by the Pakistani forces is rising. And on the other side, you're also witnessing this lack of medical facilities and basic resources. So they're facing shortage of such things as well on the other side.
See, it is a pre-planned steps that are being taken by the Pakistani federal government and the POJK government. That is to deprive the injured from the medical facility. Yesterday, we have also seen that these people, they said that they were not given the medical facility. They were not given access to the hospitals. Hospitals have been occupied by the Rangers, and even if they dare to go there, they are being fired upon. In the last clashes that have taken place somewhere in the first and second week of July, there was an incident where the nurses of the hospital, they were also shot dead because they were actually helping these injured protesters during the treatment. So this is the fate of affair that is unfolding in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. But the resistance groups, they are now furthering towards the Ravla court. They have said that at 12:30 Indian Standard Time, they will gather at D Chowk and then they will head further.
All right, thanks Gursimran for joining us and getting us the latest of what is right now unfolding in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Thanks so much. And now we are shifting focus to another big story that we're tracking for you at this hour. The 6-day deadlock in Parliament over NEET paper leak controversy is now set to end today. In fact, it was supposed to be ending, but we've now seen 2 adjournments coming in already. Both the houses will be convening at about 2 p.m., both Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, where there could be a discussion taking place on Public Examination Prevention of Unfair Means a bill. That's the 2026 amendment bill that was tabled by Minister Jitendra Singh yesterday in Lok Sabha. And today we understand that some discussion could happen, as after 6 days of deadlock, it was opposition who agreed just yesterday that they are open to having a discussion. But today as well, what we witnessed as soon as the sittings began at about 11 a.m. was complete logjam, complete deadlock again. And now both the houses will be convening at about 2 p.m. where we're expecting that some discussion could take place on the bill as well. In fact, my colleague who's been very closely tracking all the parliamentary proceedings for us now joins us. Rakshita, from the outside, it's not a good weather. From the inside as well, we're looking at a storm. Despite the expectations that the deadlock could, come to an end today, we did not witness that. What can we expect when the houses reconvene at about 2 p.m.?
Well, that is the expectation. As per procedure, of course, it has to resume that time. But yes, the weather is very stormy outside and it's raining very, very heavily outside. Inside, well, there have been slogans raising, as we've seen in the past sessions as well throughout the week. In this monsoon session, there have been thunderous, not thunderous debates, but thunderous disruptions is what has been witnessed all along the monsoon session today, as 6 hours in Lok Sabha, 4 hours in Rajya Sabha have been allotted by the speakers. Unfortunately, they haven't seen the light of the day. So the clouds of disruption and delay continues. Young MPs have been lined up today for the debate on a very, very important reform bill, the anti-leak bill, amendment bill. But right now, as we have seen, that opposition continues to create ruckus and continues to demand the statement of the Home Minister as far as the police action is concerned. There is simultaneously Supreme Court hearing that's also underway. So yes, the disruptions and the delays continue, and the taxpayer also, the citizens, the voters, they continue to wait for seeing the debate to resume.
Right. In fact, Rakshita, we're just hoping that the weather improves both inside and outside Parliament. Take care and keep tracking all the updates. Thank you. And now, viewers, it's about the bill that's set to be debated in the Parliament today. That is a Public Examination Prevention of Unfair Means Amendment Bill 2026. Let's take a look as to what the changes this bill will be bringing in that's set to be debated in the Parliament today. Now, this is the bill that we're talking about. Let me explain it to you. What are the kind of provisions that will be brought in? This bill will essentially bring amendment to another bill that was tabled in 2024. Now, this act had the provisions of bringing about jail term for for 3 to 5 years and fine up to 10 lakh rupees when individuals are found resorting to malpractices. But according to the proposed bill, which is 2026 Amendment Bill, this would essentially increase the jail term to about 5 to 10 years, while the fine for individuals will go up to rupees 50 lakh. So this is when the individuals commit crime. If there is an accused, which is a service provider, for example, if somebody who is supplying paper for the printing to happen, so if that service provider is found to be engaging in a malpractice, their fine will go up to rupees 5 crore and their debarment period also increases. It doubles exactly from 4 earlier to about 8 years according to the proposed bill. Now let's also talk about what if there is an organized crime. Now we have seen several rackets, several rings also being involved in a paper leak scandal. So if there is an organized crime that happens, then the fine could now go up to from 1 crore rupees earlier to about 10 crore rupees. So that's the kind of the rise you're now looking at, while the jail term also increases in that regard from earlier 5 years to now 7 years. There are other changes also coming in. Let's take a look at the other changes. As far as the trial process goes in such cases, now viewers, we have seen such cases drag on for several years and years and years. But this time they're bringing about a stipulated time period during which the trial has to be completed, which is about 3 months. So from the filing of the charge sheet to the completion of the trial, the entire process has to be completed within 3 months. Now, as far as the prosecution goes, now before that there was no provision for a special prosecution to happen in such cases, but now central governments and state governments as well, they have been empowered to appoint special public prosecutors who can take up these cases to have criminal proceedings in a time-bound manner. The other changes that will be brought in along with this bill is of the timeline, because Prime Minister UC has been talking about highlighting that there has to be a time-bound solution for such cases. So earlier, essentially, we did not have a timeline as to how these cases have to be proceed, but now we do have that there has to be a time-bound disposal of such appeals. Now, criminal proceedings have to be completed within 2 months, while the entire trial has to be completed within 3 months. So that's the kind of the changes we are looking at, viewers, and this comes in as this very crucial bill is now all set to be debated in the Parliament when both the houses convene at about 2 p.m. today. With that, that's a wrap on this edition of Live Report with me, Ishita Mitra. Thanks so much for watching. Stay tuned. News and developments continue on the other side.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
पूरी रात से हम लोग लगे रहे। हमने पूरा जंतर मंतर का पूरा जितना गार्बेज था बाकी सब थी, लाइट थी, पूरे काम में थोड़ा समय और लगेगा। कुछ फुटपाथ हैं जहाँ की डैमेजेस हैं, कुछ पोल्स हैं जो डैमेजेस हैं, सेंट्रल वर्जिस हैं जो कुछ डैमेजेस हैं। स्टूडेंट के साथ साथ ऐसे लोग भी थे जो धन मचाने आए थे, जो अच्छे से किया गया।
इसलिए वोट करना पड़ जाएगा आपको। तीन भाई साहब ने चैनल नहीं है एजेंसी है भाई साहब।
हल्के हल्के पब्लिक ने जब जाना शुरू किया तो रात से ही हमारी पूरी एनडीएमसी की टीम, जिसमें मैं स्वयं पूरी रात से हम लोग लगे रहे। हमने पूरा जंतर मंतर का कूड़ा, जितना गार्बेज था, बाकी सब थी, धुलाई थी, इसकी वॉल पेंटिंग थी, इसके कहीं पर ऐसे होर्डिंग्स और बैनर्स थे, उन सबको बड़े क्लीन से हमने साफ किया। हमारी पूरी टीम, जिसकी पूरी मशीनरी, मैकेनाइज्ड स्वीपिंग मशीन हो, जेट वॉशिंग हो, हमारे लोडर्स हो, क्रेन्स हो, हमारी स्वीपिंग मैनुअल स्वीपिंग हो, हमारे सफाई जो साथी हैं, वो चीफ इंजीनियर हैं, हमारे सेक्रेटरी हैं, पूरी टीम हम कल रात से ही, हम जब रात भर काम।
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Both houses of parliament adjourned for 7th straight day as opposition creates ruckus. For the first time, the newly formed Nationalist Citizens Party of India takes part in the NDA Mangal Milan. Pakistani army opens fire on peaceful protesters in Rawalakot. 20 dead, 35 injured in POK. Iran war spills over to Caspian Sea. Iran claims Ukraine struck Iranian cargo vessel at Caspian Sea. The global head of Meta and global head of public policy of Meta, summoned after PM Modi's video, gets removed from Facebook. All right, viewers, let's begin this bulletin with a big breaking news development, which we are getting from the Apex Court, that is the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court has ordered the release of all detained and arrested students. Now, the Supreme Court has directed the release of students who were arrested or detained during the student protests, who do not have any criminal antecedents or those who do not have a previous criminal record. And also, the police version should be heard. That's coming from the Supreme Court. This is big. This big statement because the matter is being heard in the Apex Court, in the Supreme Court, and regarding the matter of the protests which happened and the violence which ensued in the protests in Jantar Mantar, and because the families of police personnel, of the many police personnel who were brutally beaten, who were injured in the protests because of the violent protests, we can see clearly where the policemen were also lynched. The Supreme Court has on one side ordered the release of students under 18 years arrested in Delhi, and also those who do not have any criminal records, and also added that police version to be heard, taken into account. All of this because the family members of the police personnel also had a petition in the Supreme Court, in the Apex Court, and SC orders on release not to apply to those who are arrested history cheaters, So this point needs to be highlighted because there were many criminals also that were identified by the facial recognition system during the protests which were happening, and the brutality which ensued because the attacks, as you can see clearly, this is visual evidence which cannot be denied by anyone, that police was brutally attacked, brutally beaten, kicked, punched, attacked with rods and wooden sticks, and even with the shields that are used to protect the policemen during the time of riots. So all of that was used. However, taking into account the protests and the students involved in these protests, the Supreme Court has ordered that the students under 18 years arrested in Delhi should be released. However, this does not apply to the history cheaters, and this will not be applying to those with the criminal records, and this applies to only those who do not have any criminal antecedents. This is huge, this is big. And this was coming in from the CJI, from the Supreme Court, which also takes into account that there were the petition also raised by the family members of the police personnel who were injured. Now, this is the statement by CJI Suryakant, who says that the allegations prima facie warrant consideration of a fair, an independent probe which must also address the concerns of families of over 200 injured police personnel. All right, viewers, let's move ahead to another big story that we are tracking, and this is also of Meta. And this is US state Tennessee, which has accused Meta of ignoring teen harm research. Now, Tennessee has accused Meta of ignoring its own research. Now, the allegations were made during a jury trial, and the state lawyers say that Meta knew that Instagram could harm teenagers. So this is very important, ladies and gentlemen. This is the accusation from the state Tennessee, US state Tennessee's allegation, a big charge against Meta, that Instagram knew that Instagram could harm teenagers. They allege that the company prioritized engagement over safety. That is, profit over safety, engagement over safety. The lawsuit says that addictive features kept teens on the platform, and those features include autoplay, notifications, and infinite scroll. Now, the state says Meta ignored internal warnings from researchers, and it is seeking financial penalties also against the company. Now, Tennessee also wants changes to Instagram's design. Now, Meta denies the allegations. The company says that it has invested in teen safety tools, and the trial is part of a wider wave of lawsuits against Meta over youth mental health. And this is Meta under scanner, and state demands massive financial penalties against Meta in this regard. So this is Meta under scanner after there were charges that were put by the US state Tennessee in this regard. All right, Nitin Waghela is live with us with all the latest updates from the newsroom. Nitin, it needs to be highlighted that this is one among the many lawsuits against especially Meta, whether it be Facebook or Instagram. But particularly coming to this story, if you can highlight and put this into perspective, what actually were the charges against Instagram, and what exactly was it that Instagram was ignoring? It recognized it had the research, but it ignored because it prioritized something else, Nitin.
Exactly. So Meta has been under scanner all across the globe. You know, you look at, just for a backgrounder for our viewers, in New Mexico, it was ordered to pay a $375 million penalty, and that's a big charge. In India, it was under scanner for the child sexual abuse content. And now you look at US. I mean, it's an American company flouting norms in United States. I mean, that's the biggest acquisition ever, and they should be held accountable not only in their parent country where they have their headquarters. And obviously the charges are indicative of Meta as a very big American tech giant ignoring its own research. In 2017, Meta had published a report wherein it was flagged by its own internal team members that, infinite scrolling and all this leads to depression among children. So in America, basically what Meta's policy is that Meta sort of prioritizes profit over children's mental health. In India, it was profit over child sexual abuse content. So wherever there's money, Meta is there, and it doesn't really it's not really concerned about how it impacts its users. And it's got a large American user base in the United States who are children. I mean, so it definitely impacts their mental health because it leads to depression. Even there are cases that are coming that we've sort of trying to highlight through our reportage on this case is the fact that there are children who are going into sleeping disorders, eating disorders just because of scrolling. Now this is already, we all know, and we should point this fact that it's algorithmic nonsense that Meta is sort of propagating through its platforms all across the globe. And in this particular case, Shivam, the state of Tennessee has accused Meta of deliberately ignoring its own research regarding the harm Instagram causes to teenagers.
I mean, it is ignorance. It is ignorance if you don't know what exactly is happening. And it's a crime when you already know and acting as if something is not happening, because they were aware, they have the teams active who are doing research, not just today, since long before. So they knew what was happening and how it is affecting the children, the kids especially, and also not just the children, and also the adults also, because Instagram is addictive, according to Tennessee. The US state has accused, because they know what features keep the students, the kids, the children stuck to the Instagram or or Facebook in such matters. And also same applies to the adults in this case, Nitin.
Exactly. Very true. I mean, you look at it, Meta has, so the state of Tennessee lawyers, what they're arguing in this particular case is the fact that it's allegedly in violation of the Tennessee Consumer Protection Act by using features like infinite scroll, autoplay, reels, and we are all being victim to, doom scrolling is not a habit that we sort of created for ourselves. It's Meta. Meta is responsible for it. Instagram is responsible for it. And there should be definitely some legal action, some proper action, and hopefully the suit comes into fruition and Meta is held accountable. Shivam, back to you.
Okay, Nitin, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. Keep tracking all the developments. We'll come back to you as more details emerge. Now, let's move on to another top story that we are tracking. And this is about the anti-paper leak bill. And approximately 12 MPs have been named to speak on behalf of the NDA regarding the bill concerning paper leak amendments in the Lok Sabha. And the names are as follows. The names of approximately 12 leaders from the NDA have been finalized for the discussion on the bill. Now, from the BJP, we'll have Basuri Swaraj, we have Tejasvi Surya, we have Shashank Mani Tripathi, and Anurag Thakur, who are going to speak. Now, from NDA constituent parties, Shrikant Shinde will be there, young leader, and Arun Bharti, Alok Suman, Anupriya Patel, and Sayoni Ghosh, who will also be speaking. So the NCPI is also a part of the key speakers, as we are getting to know. And basically, NDA has fielded young speakers to speak, to take part in the debate.
होने की बात सामने आ रही है. चर्चा अभी 2 बजे से होपफुली ऐसा हम उम्मीद करें, राम जी करें कि 2 बजे से चर्चा शुरू हो जाए. हालांकि विपक्ष को अभी भी प्रश्नकाल भी उन्होंने नहीं चलने दिया, तो बड़े दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण बात है. बट लेट्स होप फॉर द पॉजिटिव कि चर्चा शुरू हो जाए और ये बिल विधेयक जो है वो लाया जाए. और उसके बाद
6 दिन हंगामे की भेंट चढ़ गया सर.
6 दिन हंगामे की भेंट चढ़, बहुत ज्यादा दुख होता है. बहुत दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण बात है. जिन छात्रों की बात को लेकर इतना बड़ा आंदोलन चल रहा है, उसको वो पूरा नहीं करना चाहते, उसका समाधान नहीं लाना चाहते, ये बड़े अफसोस की बात है.
राम जी की आपने बात की, तो युवाओं को क्या संदेश देंगे?
युवाओं के लिए इतना ही है कि राजनीतिक एजेंडे में न पड़े, राजनीतिक लोगों के बहकावे में न आए, वो अपने तक सीमित रहे. जो उनकी प्रॉब्लम्स है, वो जो अब विधेयक आ रहा है, उससे उनकी सारी प्रॉब्लम्स सॉल्व हो जाएंगे. इसलिए वो अपनी तरफ ध्यान रखें. क्योंकि जिस तरह का बिहेवियर हमने देखा, जो अभी ये हुआ था, अपना एजुटेशन जो हुआ था, उसमें जिस तरह का बिहेव कर रहे थे, मुझे नहीं लगता कि वो छात्र थे. तो बाहर के लोग बहुत घुस गए, बहुत से पॉलिटिकल लोग भी होंगे और भी दूसरे नेगेटिव एलिमेंट्स होंगे. तो छात्रों को चाहिए कि वो अपनी समस्याओं तक ही रहें.
मंगल मिलने में तो हमेशा मंगल ही मंगल रहता है. मंगल की बात होती है, विकास की बात होती है, देश की उन्नति की बात होती है. देश को 2047 तक कैसे विकसित बनाए, इस पर चर्चाएं होती है. और आज विशेष करके 2 विभागों की विशेष चर्चाएं, उनका प्रेजेंटेशन हुआ. आदरणीय पीयूष गोयल साहब अपने विभाग का प्रेजेंटेशन दिए. देश और दुनिया में क्या हो रहा है उसकी जानकारी उन्होंने दिया. और आदरणीय ललन सिंह जी ने अपने विभाग की चर्चा की. और हम लोगों को जानकारी प्राप्त करने के बाद काफी प्रसन्नता हुई. 2014 के पहले हम सिर्फ मत्स्य पालन में आयातक थे, हम मंगाने का काम करते थे, और आज हम निर्यातक बन गए. आज हम दुनिया के बाजारों में आज हमारे यहाँ का मछली जा रहा, तो हमारे लिए काफी प्रसन्नता के विषय है. और हम यह देश मजबूत हो, उसमें मत्स्य पालन भी एक मजबूत हस्तक्षेप करने का, मजबूत एक पहल करने का काम कर रही है. यह बहुत प्रसन्नता है.
All right, Chandrakala joins us live with all the latest updates. And Chandrakala, the NDA has fielded the young speakers, the key NDA speakers who will be taking part in the debate because the matter concerns the youth and it is of utmost importance. But it needs to be highlighted the behavior of the opposition which continued to disrupt the parliament. And now this will be a challenge because everybody thought that when the session began, the monsoon session and this session, especially for today in the Lok Sabha, the opposition followed the same protocol as usual, that is to disrupt the parliament. But at 2, we are expecting that there might be a healthy debate, Chandrakala.
Yes, absolutely. As rightly pointed out, I think the opposition still continues to create ruckus after what has happened. This is the 6th day of the monsoon parliament, yet the monsoon session of parliament here in New Delhi are not able to function. This is putting out a very, very wrong message. In fact, what we're expecting that there would be some kind of positive discussion as far as the anti-paper leak bill is concerned. But yes, the ruckus continues. Both the houses has been adjourned till 2 p.m. But yes, after 2 p.m. we're expecting
expecting that the bill would be discussed and debated. In fact, what we are also learning is that this particular debate would be led by few young MPs, NDA MPs, 12 MPs named to speak on behalf of the anti-paper leak bill, because it's a matter of students, it's a matter of concern which is for the students, of course, the NEET paper leak issue, and now the 12 MPs would be speaking on this bill concerning paper leak amendments in the Lok Sabha. Of course, the names of approximately 12 leaders from the NDA have been finalized for the discussion on the bill. There was a meeting, NDA parliamentary meeting, Mangal Milan, that has taken place just a while back before the parliament session started. And what we are learning is that from the BJP, Basuri Swaraj and of course Tejasvi Surya, Sashank Mani Tripathi and Anurag Thakur will be speaking. Apart from that, NDA constituent parties, Shrikant Shinde and Arun Bharti, Alok Suman are some of the leaders who would be speaking on this particular bill. And in fact, this legislation is very important given the ruckus that has been, in the parliament, that has been continuing in the parliament also after what has happened, the largest ever protest being held in the national capital. What has happened in that over the week is very concerning, and this bill, we are hoping that this bill will be passed today. We are expecting as far as the passing of this bill is concerned, because the Speaker Om Birla has also spoken to the leaders of both the opposition as well as the ruling party as far as seeking consensus on this bill is concerned and for the smooth functioning of the parliament. So we are hoping that the bill will be discussed after 2 p.m. Over to you.
All right, thanks a lot, Chandrakala. Keep tracking all the developments. We'll come back to you as more details emerge. All right, it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere because we have a lot more lined up coming up after the break. Both houses of parliament were adjourned for 7th straight day as opposition creates a ruckus.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MTH का जल जीरा, जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH।
I wake up wearing someone else again. Skin tight like porcelain. I don't recognize these eyes. Something scratching from inside. Don't let it slip. I'm losing control. I don't wanna be safe anymore. Underneath there's a fire they can't keep. No more faces.
Finding myself. That's my moment of Sarah.
Our pure शाही पनीर मसाला, delicious, healthy, every day.
विश्व प्रसिद्ध टेक्नोलॉजी एक्सपर्ट श्रीमान नंदन नीलेकनी जी के नेतृत्व में एक हाई पावर टास्क फोर्स बनाने का निर्णय किया है। फ्रेंड्स, विद्यार्थियों के भविष्य के लिए भारत सरकार लगातार अनेकविध कदम उठा रही है। जिन लोगों ने विद्यार्थियों के भविष्य के साथ खिलवाड़ किया वे जेलों में सड़ रहे हैं। हमने फास्ट ट्रैक कोर्ट बना चुके हैं। हम कल पार्लियामेंट के अंदर भी कठोर कानूनों के प्रावधान के साथ नया कानून बनाने की दिशा में भी आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। लेकिन हमें भविष्य के लिए सोचना है। हमारी परीक्षा पद्धति विश्वस्त हो।
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta. Now let's head to a story that we are tracking. At least 30 Amarnath pilgrims were injured after a bus skidded off the road, overturned and plunged into a deep roadside gorge near the S-mode stretch at Hariganiwam in the Gund area of J&K Ganderbal district on Tuesday. Officials say the bus went off the road while negotiating the erratic sharp curve. The vehicle came to rest down the roadside embankment. Meanwhile, the exact cause of the accident is yet to be ascertained. Watch this report.
A bus carrying nearly 40 Amarnath pilgrims met with an accident in J&K's Ganderbal. The driver lost control of the vehicle while navigating a curve. The bus crashed into a house at Harigangwan. The speeding bus skidded off the road as several Amarnath Yatra pilgrims were injured. The pilgrims were returning after paying obeisance at the cave shrine. 2 Amarnath pilgrims suffered head trauma along with at least 30 people injured in the bus accident. They were evacuated by locals and security personnel to a nearby sub-district hospital for treatment. Most of the pilgrims in the bus suffered minor injuries, as the injured passengers are stated to be in a stable condition. The bus fell on the house next to the road, which was reported as badly damaged. The house prevented the bus from rolling into the nearby Sindh River. As per officials, no one was in the house at the time of the accident. The Himalayan region has witnessed severe weather conditions over the past week. But despite the adverse weather conditions and periodic disruptions, the annual pilgrimage has witnessed an overwhelming response.
All right, viewers, it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere because we have a lot more lined up for you coming up after the break. Pakistani army opens fire on peaceful protesters in Rawalakot, 20 dead, 35 injured in POK.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
पूरी रात से हम लोग लगे रहे। हमने पूरा जंतर मंतर का पूरा जितना गार्बेज था बाकी सब की धुलाई पूरे काम में थोड़ा समय और लगेगा। कुछ फुटपाथ हैं जहाँ के डैमेजेस हैं, कुछ पोल्स हैं जो डैमेजेस हैं, सेंट्रल बर्जेस हैं जो कुछ डैमेजेस हैं। स्टूडेंट के साथ साथ ऐसे लोग भी थे जो धन मचाने आए थे, अच्छे से किया गया।
इसलिए वोट करना पड़ जाएगा आपको। 3 भाई साहब ने चैनल नहीं है, एजेंसी है भाई साहब।
हल्के हल्के पब्लिक ने जब जाना शुरू किया तो रात से ही हमारी पूरी एनडीएमसी की टीम, जिसमें मैं स्वयं पूरी रात से हम लोग लगे रहे। हमने पूरा जंतर मंतर का कूड़ा जितना गार्बेज था बाकी सब थी, धुलाई थी, इसकी वॉल पेंटिंग थी, इसके कहीं पर ऐसे होर्डिंग्स और बैनर्स थे, उन सबको बड़े क्लीन से हमने साफ किया। हमारी पूरी टीम जिसकी पूरी मशीनरी, मैकेनाइज स्वीपिंग मशीन हो, जेट वॉशिंग हो, हमारे लोडर्स हो, क्रेन्स हो, हमारी स्वीपिंग मैनुअल स्वीपिंग हो, हमारे स्वस्थ सफाई जो साथी हैं वो चीफ इंजीनियर हैं हमारे।
A massive fire engulfed the second and third floors of the Paras Tent House and Suppliers on Ukhri Road. 5 to 6 fire tenders were present at the scene. Indian Army distributes freshly prepared meals to stranded truck drivers and others affected travellers during its night domination operations along the Jammu-Srinagar National Highway NH44. The traffic disruption was caused by a massive landslide that struck yesterday morning at Deval area of Udhampur district. The Special Operations Group of Jammu and Kashmir Police, in coordination with multiple security agencies, conducted a joint mock exercise near a designated pilgrimage shelter, Langar, along National Highway 44 in Jakhani, Udhampur. The tactical exercise brought together teams from the Indian Army, Indo-Tibetan Border Police, Central Industrial Security Force, State Disaster Response Force and Bomb Disposal Squads and other agencies to evaluate emergency response protocols. The exercise was conducted under the supervision of Deputy SP Berlin Corps SOG Udhampur. All right, viewers, time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere because there's a lot more lined up coming up after the break. The global head of Meta and global head of public policy of Meta summoned after PM Modi's video gets removed from Facebook.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट, स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
I wake up wearing someone else again, skin tight like porcelain. I don't recognize these eyes, something scratching from inside. Don't let it slip, I'm losing control. I don't wanna be safe anymore. Underneath there's a fire they can't keep. No more faces.
Finding myself, that's my moment of Sarah.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
विश्व प्रसिद्ध टेक्नोलॉजी एक्सपर्ट श्रीमान नंदन नीलेकनी जी के नेतृत्व में एक हाई पावर टास्क फोर्स बनाने का निर्णय किया है। फ्रेंड्स, विद्यार्थियों के भविष्य के लिए भारत सरकार लगातार अनेकविध कदम उठा रही है। जिन लोगों ने विद्यार्थियों के भविष्य के साथ खिलवाड़ किया वे जेलों में सड़ रहे हैं। हमने फास्ट ट्रैक कोर्ट बना चुके हैं।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and the top focus story that we are tracking today is the disastrous flood which is happening in Assam. We are tracking all the developments because the number of dead has risen to 68, and lakhs of people are affected, are impacted, and many have been displaced. We'll get you all the latest updates on that and a lot more. But first up, let's have a look at the top headlines.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
The global head of Meta and global head of public policy of Meta summoned after PM Modi's video gets removed from Facebook.
चलिए, सदन की कार्रवाई आज 2 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है.
Both houses of parliament were adjourned for 7th straight day as opposition creates ruckus. For the first time, the newly formed Nationalist Citizens Party of India takes part in the NDA Mangal Milan ahead of debate on anti-paper league bill. Pakistani army opens fire on peaceful protesters in Rawalakot. 20 dead, 35 injured in POK. Iran war spills over to Caspian Sea. Iran claims Ukraine struck Iranian cargo vessel at Caspian Sea. All right, viewers, we're getting a big breaking news development on the story that we are tracking, and this is from Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has reviewed the flood situation in Assam, because Assam is suffering from a serious surge of intense flooding. Now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi met with MPs from Assam and received the information. The meeting discussed the flood situation in various parts of the state in detail. The Prime Minister stated that the central government is continuously cooperating with the Assam government in the relief and rescue operations, and coordination between the central government and the state is ongoing to provide all possible assistance to the affected people. This is first on Republic, and Prime Minister's office is keeping a track on all the developments because Assam is suffering from a disastrous surge of intense flooding, and this has led to unparalleled path of destruction throughout the state, and numerous districts face intense, significant flooding. Places which had never seen such kind of flooding in Assam are also witnessing intense flooding, and the death toll has also risen, that is to 68. That's what we are getting to know, and 5,24,000 people continue to be impacted. And this is Prime Minister Narendra Modi taking a stock of the situation, the flood situation in Assam, and these are the visuals, exclusive visuals of Prime Minister Narendra Modi meeting the MPs, the Member of Parliaments from Assam, and received the information first-hand from them. Now, the meeting discussed the flood situation in various parts of the state in detail, and the Prime Minister said that the central government is continuously cooperating with the Assam government in relief and rescue operations, and coordination between the central government and the state is ongoing to provide all possible assistance to the affected people. This is Prime Minister reviewing the Assam floods situation. All right, let's go across to our colleague Aniruddha, who is joining us from Assam. Aniruddha, if you can put this into perspective, because the situation is something of a sort which was never seen before, and especially when it comes to various parts of Assam, certain places which were affected are those places which were never impacted by floods earlier, and now PM is reviewing the Assam flood situation.
Yes, this time the flood have been very unprecedented in Assam, and the devastation caused has claimed 68 lives so far, which has affected more than 11 lakh people altogether. Even as we speak today, and the Prime Minister reviewed the flood situation, the death toll stands at 68, and as on that, the affected number of people is around 5 lakh. So the situation is very grim. Though the water water level has receded in many places. There are places where the water has been logged, and there is no other way out for lakhs of liters of water to be pumped out. So the situation is very tense, and amidst this, today all the members of parliament from Rajya Sabha as well as the Lok Sabha met with Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and the Prime Minister not only gave a very patient hearing, but he took stock of the ground situation. He also inquired about how the relief and rehabilitation measures are being taken and how the state government has been sending assistance for the flood affected people. He reviewed in detail. He reviewed about the interior areas. He inquired about the interior areas where the flood has caused massive devastation, and has assured that the centre is with the government of Assam. The centre has assured all cooperation to the government of Assam. Let me also tell our viewers that the interministerial team, the central interministerial team, is already on the ground. They are assessing the flood damage. In fact, this is the second visit of the central interministerial team. Earlier they had visited places like Jonai and Dhemaji, where a flood caused a massive devastation towards the beginning of this month. And now the same sort of devastation has been witnessed in Sibsagar and Saraideo district. In fact, in Sibsagar and Saraideo district, the scenario is worse than expected, because this is an area where natural flooding doesn't happen, and they have never experienced flooding in the last at least 70 years. So yes, they were taken back. They didn't had any clue that the water will gush in so suddenly. And what the people living in the ground told us when while doing the ground reports from the flood affected area, at that point in time also the people told us that within 15 minutes the water level rose to around 15 to 20 feet in high. So it was a uncaught disaster, and the people were all taken by surprise when this flood waters flooded all the area. The exact number of livestock damage and the casualty caused is yet to be ascertained. There are also reports that many people are missing. There are reports that in some cases particularly all the family members have been washed away. So yes, only after the ground assessment is done properly, only after a thorough study, thorough scanning of that area is done, then only the number of casualty will come out, and the state government and particularly the officials at the Assam State.
And all of this because of the excessive rainfall. We have the visuals of the massive flood which has hit Assam, Aniruddha, and the PM taking stock of the situation, the flood situation. But thanks a lot, Aniruddha, for all the latest updates. We'll keep tracking all the developments. We'll come back to you as more details emerge. So these are massive floods which have hit Assam. Now, Assam, ladies and gentlemen, is now suffering from a disastrous surge of intense flooding, resulting in an unparalleled path of destruction throughout the state. As numerous districts face significant flooding, the death count has sadly risen to 68, and more than 524,000 individuals continue to be impacted. That's the severity of the floods. Now, the abrupt, frightening increase was caused by extraordinarily intense rainfall in the nearby hill state of Nagaland. Now, the heavy rainfall led to large tributaries of the Brahmaputra river quickly surpassing their danger levels before time and entirely inundating numerous villages within just a few hours. Watch this report.
Dear viewers and anyone who's watching this, Assam is seeing the worst flood disaster in years, in decades. Places like Saraideo, which is home to a World Heritage Site, is reeling underwater. Sibsagar, which has never witnessed these kind of floods, is today totally submerged.
We are in Sibsagar district of Assam, where flood has caused a massive devastation. such flood was never witnessed in this particular area for the last more than 70 years. And this flood has been dubbed, in fact, one of the most deadly flood that the state has ever witnessed in recent time. More than 60 lives have been lost in this massive flood. The reason behind this flood has been, elaborately being discussed, but many people have different opinion when it comes to the reason behind this flood that has taken place in Sibsagar and Saraideo district. IMD has not officially acknowledged any cloud burst in the foothills of Nagaland, though initially it was being said that might be cloudburst could be one of the reason behind this flood. Completely submerged in the floodwaters, and you can also see a school which is partially submerged as a result of this devastating flood that has taken 66 lives in southern Assam. In Sibsagar and Saraideo district alone, the death toll is quite high. It is close to 30 in the two districts of Saraideo and Sibsagar alone, and across 12 districts, a health hazard can be seen in this area, as the living condition is not very healthy. Many people are still missing. Many people are still on the road, as we have already seen. But here I am bringing you to see the houses they have left behind. Their entire savings were spent in these houses to build brick by brick their dream house, but the unforgiving flood waters have destroyed everything that they had in just 15 minutes. It took only 15 minutes for the floodwaters to inundate this entire area.
The impact on the people is massive. Many areas were inaccessible even for the Indian Army and the NDRF till this weekend. But the fact is, millions are suffering. The death toll is rising, most unfortunately. But there are people who are not making a comment on this. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not a political matter. But I'm raising this tonight because I've got reports from all our reporters on the ground covering the floods. The visuals are disturbing. The situation is disturbing. The stories are heartrending. Assam needs your support. Assam, the people of Assam, need your support. The state government is doing an absolute best. The security forces, the paramilitary are out there on the ground. Let's stand with Assam. And I'm not saying this just because I am from Assam. I'm saying this because this is a matter that we cannot look away from. We need to step forward for our own people. And therefore, I want to say that we are going to carry out a campaign here on Republic, a campaign to contribute in any way that you can to the Chief Minister's Relief Fund. We will be putting out details and sharing it on the screen. Ladies and gentlemen, flood relief is the immediate response, but rehabilitation is the challenging task ahead. We have to all come together to help the flood-affected people in Assam, who've really been troubled, who've really been ravaged because of this complete calamity. This is a devastating time for the people of Assam. I request all of you to contribute, and Republic Media Network also will, in nation building. After all, as I say this and I make this personal appeal on behalf of our network and myself for the people of Assam, nation first, humanity first, please stand with the people of Assam. Let them know that you are with them. This will give them strength. So your messages matter, your contributions matter. Let's do our very best in this difficult time for the beautiful state of Assam.
All right, viewers, we're getting a big breaking news development. Let's go across to that breaking news. And this is Sharmila Dhankar, who has won India's first Commonwealth Games para-athletics gold This is huge, ladies and gentlemen. In the Commonwealth Games, India's para shot putter Sharmila Dhankar won the gold medal. It's a moment of proud for the entire nation in the women's shot put F57 event with a season best effort of 9.81 meters in Glasgow. Now, Sharmila also became India's first ever Commonwealth Games para-athletics gold medalist. So that's a big achievement and we are proud of her. And her triumph ended India's 20-year wait for a para-athletics medal at the Games. And Prime Minister Narendra Modi also took to social media to laud India's historic achievement. That is exactly the moment she won the medal, and congratulations to her. And this is a historic gold medal for India in Commonwealth Games, and this is in the para-athletics category, and her triumph has ended India's 20 years wait for a para-athletics medal at the Games. And PM Modi also took to social media to congratulate her, to laud India's historic achievement in the Games. This is huge, ladies and gentlemen. This is Sharmila Dhankar, who has made us all proud, who has made the nation proud, who has made India proud. Sharmila Dhankar has won India's first Commonwealth Games para-athletics gold medal. In the Commonwealth Games, a gold medal, ladies and gentlemen, and India's para shot putter Sharmila Dhankar has made us all proud by winning the gold medal in the women's shot put F57 event with a season best effort of 9.81 meters in Glasgow. I have Ishita live from the newsroom with all the latest updates. Let's go across to Ishita, who is joining us from the newsroom, because this is historic and it's a moment of pride, a moment of proud for all the citizens of the country. Ishita, this is historic. Sharmila Dhankar has won the gold medal. All right, so we lost the connection with Ishita, but this is huge, and this is Sharmila who has won, Sharmila Dhankar, who has made us all proud by winning a gold medal for the country. All right, viewers, we have another big breaking news development which we are tracking. Let's go across to that, and this is for Meta. This is about Meta, and we have fresh news coming in. And according to sources, the global head of Meta, Facebook and Instagram, and the global head of public policy of Meta have been summoned by the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, that is MeitY. And this is the summon by the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology regarding the matter where a post of Prime Minister Narendra Modi was removed. Now, we also have the graphics. We'll show you the graphics so that you understand the entire story, where Meta is admitting the error. And they are sort of apologizing, and now action will be taken against them. And the content, the statement says that the content was removed in error and has since been restored, but they can't get away by just merely a statement, and they have been summoned. Ishita joins us from the newsroom with all the latest updates. Ishita, accountability needs to be set in such cases. Now, this is not the first charge, and especially the kind of the pace that was followed and the speed that was followed in removing a post of not just an ordinary man. He's the Prime Minister of India, and the argument, the vague argument that Meta is giving is an error. However, the pop-up that surfaced earlier showed that it was struck down because of a legal request. Ishita.
Right, in fact, Shrum, it's not just about Prime Minister's post being removed briefly from his Facebook account. It's also about on what basis this entire post was removed and what were the intentions behind this move. Now, Meta has come out, it's apologized according to our sources. It has also said that the post was removed because of some technical error. But the questions are being raised, and rightly so as well, because this is not the first kind of incident where such an action has been taken place by Meta. It is definitely disruption by design and not by default that this post was taken down. Now, remember, the post and the context also matters here. This was a post by Prime Minister coming in at a time when we have seen, violence and tensions are breaking out in central Delhi. So this post was an outreach by the leader of India, in fact, to Gen Z, to students who were out there protesting, talking about the measures that the government has been taking to make education system more credible and more transparent. And this very post, the very selfie that was put up by the Prime Minister, the self-recorded video, video, in fact, was put up by Prime Minister, was taken down by Facebook. In fact, and as you mentioned, the pop-up which was coming on the post said that it's been taken down due to a legal request. So questions are being raised. What was this legal request raised over Prime Minister's post? What was the kind of content that was flagged in this post? And why was it taken down? Who was the person who flagged it? So all of these questions are being taken into account, and our sources in the government are also telling us that this incident is being taken very seriously at the highest level. This is being discussed, and over that you have the public policy head of Meta as well as other head of Instagram as well, which have been now summoned by the Ministry of Electronics and IT. So certainly questions are being raised over the kind of algorithm push that's coming in from Meta, the kind of posts we have seen circulating on all our social media handles. They seem to be provoking unrest. So, is this algorithm, is this a disruption by design, or is it by default? That's under scrutiny at the moment, and over this, the government of the day has sought an explanation from Meta officials. Why was this post briefly removed, and under what circumstances? What was exactly the trigger?
It highlights the flaw. It highlights the flaw that there is in the entire algorithm that is being followed by Meta, specifically to the concerns of various queries and also requests which were raised in earlier cases, also where people are requesting for certain posts which were provocative against kids that should have been removed, but they take a lot of time. And when it comes to the post of the Prime Minister, it was removed in a very quick manner. That needs to be highlighted. But thanks a lot, Ishita, for all the updates. Keep tracking all the developments. We'll come back to you as more details emerge. We have another breaking news development. We'll go across to that development. This is the Supreme Court, which has ordered the release of all those who are detained and arrested, especially the students who are under the age of 18. And the Supreme Court directs the release of students who were arrested or detained during the student protests, who do not have any criminal record, who do not have any criminal antecedents. And that's the Supreme Court, the CJI, saying that police version to be heard also taken into account. That is very important in this case because there was a petition by the family members of the police also. Let's go across to Sarthak, who has been tracking all the developments when it comes to the matters from the court. Sarthak, this is important because there were multiple petitions. If I'm not wrong, I'll come to you for the update on that, because the families of the police personnel also requested that there should be accountability that should be set. Action should be taken against those who attack the police personnel, and they also have the right to life, and they should have that protection when they are doing their duty, safeguarding the citizens when they have been deployed in such situations. But also the remarks which were made by the Honorable Court, and especially regarding the students who were arrested. Over to you for all the latest.
Well, Shivam, there are multiple petitions in the case, in this particular case, pending before the Supreme Court and the High Court. There is a case against the police for alleged police action against students during the Jantar Mantar protest. And this is the particular case that we are talking about over here right now, where the Supreme Court has made some key directions that an independent probe has been ordered by the Supreme Court and has directed an independent investigation to be conducted into the violence during the Jantar Mantar protest. A committee to be declared later, however, the court said that it will later decide the composition and the members of the committee that will conduct this probe, and also the release of students. The court has directed the release of all students who were arrested or detained during the protest, provided they have no criminal record or any sort of criminal antecedents with them. There is no relief for criminal elements. This is also something that the court has clarified, that those who were involved in criminal acts or having any criminal record will remain in custody and will not get the benefit of this direction. And also the preservation of evidence. This has also been highlighted by the Supreme Court, that the police have been directed to preserve all CCTV footages, all the body cam recordings, the mobile phone videos, drone footages if there were any, and other digital evidences related to the protests have also have to be preserved. And police has also taken into consideration the police version. The court has emphasized that the police's account must also be heard and taken into consideration indicating that the inquiry that has to be held must be fair and not one-sided.
Okay, thanks a lot for all the updates. Keep a track of all the developments. We'll come back to you as more details emerge. We have another big breaking news development. Let's go across to that. A Punjab University research scholar died due to electrocution amid heavy rainfall on Tuesday morning. The deceased has been identified as Jyoti, a resident of Rewari, Haryana. She was pursuing her PhD from the Department of Biotech, that is Biotechnology at Punjab University, and the incident occurred at the university's South Campus in Sector 25. We are getting live visuals, I'm getting to know, from the protests which are happening in Sector 25 South Campus. While she was, this incident happened while she was walking from girls' hostel number 10 to her department. To avoid waterlogging, she reportedly took an unpaved path and came in contact with an electric current suspected to have leaked from an electric junction box. And she was rushed to Government Multi-Speciality Hospital, Sector 16, where doctors declared her brought dead. And the exact cause of the electrocution is under investigation. We have Lalit live with us with all the updates. This is a case of electrocution, Lalit, which we are getting to know, and we are getting to know that the live protests are also happening after this incident. But what exactly happened, if you can put that into perspective for our viewers?
If you talk about this incident, the incident is said to happen in the morning around 10 a.m. when the girl was on her way to her department in Sector 25 of the South Campus of the Punjab University. There has been heavy rain early in the morning today, and due to this avid rainfall, she took the paved path, and when she was walking on that path, that time she got in touch with the current, and she got electrocuted and fell into the ground immediately. She was rushed to the Sector 16 Multi-Speciality Hospital of Chandigarh, where she was said to be brought dead. Now, students are doing protest amid death of the PhD scholar. The deceased has been identified as Jyoti, who is said to be of Haryana. Let me show you the visuals. These are the visuals outside the VC office, where you can see that the students are protesting over the negligence of what happened today in the morning. Let me take across to certain students here in the Punjab University who are staging protest of what happened early in the morning. Ma'am, just wanted to understand what happened early in the morning. Why are you protesting, all people?
हम यहाँ पंजाब यूनिवर्सिटी में सारे स्टूडेंट प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं क्योंकि हाल ही में सुबह एक लड़की की डेथ होती है, वो भी करंट लगने से। क्या ये यूनिवर्सिटी प्रशासन की लापरवाही है? क्या ये किसका मुद्दा है? स्टूडेंट्स का मुद्दा। और आज यहाँ पे सारे स्टूडेंट पॉलिटिशियन जितने भी प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं, ये एक लड़की की डेथ का मामला है, ना कि ये पॉलिटिक्स का मामला है। इस बात को ध्यान में रखते हुए हम सब यहाँ खड़े हैं कि हमें चाहिए, राइट चाहिए कि जो डेथ हुई उसमें यूनिवर्सिटी प्रशासन की कितनी गलती है, कितनी नहीं। हम हमारे वाइस चांसलर से बात करना चाहते हैं, जानना चाहते हैं कि इसके पीछे किसकी गलती है, किस लिए नहीं। इसलिए आज हम सब स्टूडेंट्स यहाँ इकट्ठे होकर VC ऑफिस के बाहर प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं।
Let me take across to certain other students here. क्यों आप लोग प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं? कौन इस नेग्लिजेंस के लिए जिम्मेवार है?
सर, पहली बात की एक बौद्धिक क्षमता की बात होती है आदमी के कि बारिश में बिजली का काम नहीं करते हैं। अगर ये साउथ कैंपस में बिजली का काम कर रहे थे, इन्हें समझना था कि जब बारिश होती है रोक देना चाहिए, या तो पहले कर लिए होते। आज उस इनकी एक छोटी गलती की मतलब कि एक लड़की की जान चली गई है और इसकी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी कोई नहीं ले रहा है। यहाँ जो ये पार्टीज हैं प्रोटेस्ट करने आई है, ये कम्युनिस्ट लॉबी और ये सत अंदर बैठ के यही सेटिंग कर रहे हैं VC से। अभी सारे VC ऑफिस से बाहर निकल के आए और यहाँ वो VC के अगेंस्ट नारे लगाते हैं। ये सब सेटिंग बाज लॉबी है, ये स्टूडेंट्स के लिए नहीं काम करते हैं, ये अपने फायदे के लिए बस काम कर रहे हैं। ये सारे कम्युनिस्ट की थाली के चट्टे बट्टे हैं, इनको बस अपने फायदे के लिए किसी हद तक जा सकते हैं। किसी की मौत का भी ये मजाक बना के रखते हैं यहाँ बाजार में।
So these are the visuals where you can see students could be seen shouting slogans against the Vice Chancellor. They are demanding that accountability should be fixed. The person who is responsible for this negligent behavior should immediately be suspended. Justice should be given to the victim, to the deceased who died because of the negligence. So right now, looking into this now, hundreds of students from the Punjab University could be seen gathered here outside the VC office, where students are now shouting slogans against the...
Lalit, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. Keep a track of all the developments. We'll come back to you as more details emerge. Clearly a case of civic negligence where a young life is lost. All right, viewers, it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. We'll continue our coverage, and especially both houses of the parliament were earlier adjourned for 7th straight day as opposition created a ruckus in the parliament.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Amity has been ranked